thing opened back up. I had to restart. Discord. And let's try this again. Well, I guess first run of the day isn't it. But not because I screwed up. Well, not because I screwed up the game. So, my big goal is to make it past Stinger Skip with on steps and without saving, which are closely related things, but probably save before Materia Keeper and Red Dragon and Demon's Gate. I think you're supposed to touch the save point next to Schizo anyway. No? Well, I guess you can go there. You have to force a fight, so I guess if you're behind on steps, maybe you can't make it to the save point. I don't know. I'm not going to be on steps by the time I get there anyway, so I'll save. I think you tent or something. No. No tent. Nothing. Probably should have practiced something this morning. Killed Materia Keeper and Demon's Gate a couple times or something. But we'll see. I've got Materia Keeper down and figured out, and the timing figured out. I just do it wrong a lot. For some reason, just don't count the poison ticks. No bar. Can't have Ba. Ba is bad. Oh, that's it. Still faster than not skipping the encounter. No Ba. We'll have Ka, though, probably. We might have Kai or C. Well, we get another chance at fast elevator. Which, you know, isn't a big deal, but I get it so rarely because I'm so bad at mashing buttons that it's like super exciting when I get fast elevator. Got it. So I'm pretty slow coming out of that elevator, just because I wait for the screen to load and then, I don't know, it's a little difficult to make it around that corner. But J-Rod has a setup that I should try, which is, I think just hold down and L1, I forget, I'd have to do it. Down and L1 and tap R1. Something. Something like that. We'll see. We're gonna keep going with it. Yeah, it's fine. Just slow. Not supposed to zone back there. Too tired to be doing a run right now. But I can only do it like once a week, so gotta do it. I hope that was not too short. I hope that was a full 8th step. 7th. Somebody set up us the bomb. That is some ATV that I didn't even make use of. Oh well. I don't know if it would have been a first turn or not, but let go too soon. Which, that situation where they both have really good ATB kind of sucks, especially if Cloud goes first, because if you hold down and circle and don't let go in time, then you end up using a potion on Barrett, which is not good. Well, no early Braver, but this is got a big shot. Not a bad fight, I guess. Alright. Fine. Hopefully this doesn't surge scope again. Ah, dang it. See if that was enough. It was enough. My easy slow app setup. A lot of people have a reactor escape split. I just did Guard Scorpion and then apps. I added a wall market split, but I don't know what a good time for getting out of the reactor is. I mean, I guess it really just is going to be about the same every time, depending on Guard Scorpion and the forced encounter. Well, I guess all of the encounters. I wonder if there's like a real show for Loveless. I think it's supposed to be a play. Probably just completely fictional, but it would be kind of cool if there was actually a play called Loveless. I feel like if you say fight them on the very last one, you should get an encounter with 8 enemies. But I think it's still just 3. Or what is it? It's 2, 3, and 3, I think. I should know, I've missed them enough times. This whole thing with Cloud really is cocky. Like, he jumps in and does a backflip on the way in and then says, looks like I'm a little late. So, I'm with Barrett on that one. That was like show-offy, arrogant Cloud right there. That's just how I work. I always do that. Alright, let's see. Let's do it. Man, I see people do Jesse skip without buffering it, and it's just... that's insane. I mean, there's a lot of skips that I buffer, but Jesse skip just seems like a particularly difficult one to... Oh, no Jesse skip. Wow, that was the slowest failure at Jesse skip ever. I think it was actually okay where I was before I tried to menu buffer that last running step. I don't know, it might have been like 1 unit back too far. Dude, I'm so bad at Jesse skip. I usually get part 1 of Jesse skip, and then running back through the door, I clear the dialogue at the wrong time, but whatever. Jesse skip is so far down the list of things to optimize in the run. When I first heard about Jesse skip, I don't know if it was the GDQ 2017 run or what, but first time I heard of it, I was left with the impression that it's insanely difficult and pixel and frame perfect, and you'll probably never get it, but that is super not the case. Even without stopping. Dude, I do not know how people do that. I saw Zeal practicing that once and, you know, figuring out the visual cues, like, okay, when Cloud's hair passes this line, wait 1 more frame, and then hold down, add L1 and, oh shit, L1 and OK, like, on that frame. That's just insane to me. I always laugh at myself for these stupid little, like, movement mistakes that don't matter. But I don't laugh at myself on the big stuff. I just cry. So I don't know if there are any mods in here. I think Adria is not here. But for anybody here that doesn't already follow Dummy Bear, you should check him out. He's an FF7 runner and I don't know, just a fun dude. Charismatic, entertaining. And I mean, he's like really good. He's just starting to learn steps, but he's gonna have like a 745 really soon, I think. Or at least 8. Nah, you're a runner. What is your PV? Isn't it like 810 or something like that on PS4? Better than mine. Well, for PC, which is approximately the same. Sub 8 on PS4. Yeah, that Yeah, dude, you're a legit runner, trust me. I saw something weird in Black Domus's run last night. He, like, must have talked to Jesse on the same frame that he went up the little secret elevator thing. So, like, the conversation was still going until it changed loading zones. It was interesting. And he was mashing while he was in the elevator, so you saw all the dialogue. Pretty sure that's not useful at all, but it seems like the kind of thing to watch out for. Like, I don't know, probably not. Seems like it could have a negative side effect. Dude, sub 8 with Magic Hammer. That's pretty impressive, because Magic Hammer... You know, it's really obvious how long it takes to go get Magic Hammer. It takes a long time to go get Magic Hammer. It's way out of the way, and if you're not careful, you can get killed. But Magic Hammer also wastes a ton of time on other stuff. Like, I think the Magic Hammer strat for Genova Life is to cross slash and then Magic Hammer 3 times or 4 times or something, and then just attack with Tifa without death blows. That's gotta take like 3 or 4 times as long as just killing it with cross slash and death blows. Same with Schizo. I always used Magic Hammer on Schizo, and it took a long time. Schizo's a reasonably quick boss and has 380 MP per head or something, so it's like 8 Magic Hammers or something insane like that. Him, them, it. Yeah, I mean, the tiny where you get Magic Hammer is really close to where you get the tiny Bronco, and it's barely out of the way. It's just, you have to farm a world map encounter, you know, manipulate, get it, finish the fight. The extra time in the tiny Bronco and walking to the spot on the world map is probably like less than 1 minute, I would imagine, but getting the skill takes a sec. And I'm still with you, like, I have much, much bigger time saves than that, but, you know, you don't want to get too used to using Magic Hammer. Can we hit the sub 24 guard skip? Or the sub 24 wall market? Yes. Yes, we can. Run's going okay so far. Fairly standard. I did not get a Braver in on Guard Scorpion, so I really, really prefer getting one on Guard Scorpion and one on Rude, or one on Reno and one on I really want to leave. Oh shit. I really want to leave Midgar with like 4 or 5 Bravers, but That's kind of a lot to ask. Dummy Bear, my guard skip, it seems like other people do it differently. I don't remember where I learned it, but I can send you information on my setup. I really don't get how... Like, people do a little wiggle where they're not moving, and I don't see how that could help. Like, they wiggle in place, and then move up, and then back down, and then wiggle more, but I don't know. I don't understand how other people do card skip at all. I just do it my way. But I did, man, and I need to figure it out again, because I didn't take notes, and I didn't make a video, but I want to run this, I want to run Midgar blindfolded, and, you know, the number one, like, how do you run Midgar blindfolded? Do you just do Reactor 5 and kill Airbuster? No, you do guard skip blindfolded. And I found a route for it, and it is insane. It is like 40 steps or something like that. You would definitely need notes to be able to do it. Yeah, I guess I don't watch very many full runs, or I come in late on a lot of them. I don't know if I've ever seen Zeal do guard skip. I do think my setup is very, very fast for guard skip, though. I mean, the one I just did wasn't the world's fastest, but still pretty quick. Now for, like, the skip I hate the most. Freaking bar. I used to love bar skip because I have a soft lock emote and I liked using it. But people don't soft lock on bar skip very much, except me. I do. But let's not do that right now, because I'm really not interested in doing a reset today. Ooh. Alright, I'm really quite happy with that. That was, for somebody that's fast on bar skip, that probably looked awful, but all I care about is it faster than doing it without the skip? Sup, Dirty Smexy? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are having a nice, relaxing Sunday. Time for squats. Time to not do a 30-second practice run of squats. Oh no! I'm doing okay. I'll be honest, I kind of woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, which is why I didn't get started at 8 a.m. But, oh my god, if I lose If I lose squats, that's bad. I don't think I've ever lost squats before. And I'm trying to fail the run in every possible way. Okay. Okay, that was a lot better than I thought, and he did a lot worse than I thought. More errands than you like? Well, that's drag, but good to get stuff done. Man, I really feel like I should know where Durham is. I do not know where Durham is. Isn't it a state capital of one of the states? North Kakalaki. Definitely not the state capital. Wait, let me see if I can figure out what the capital of North Carolina is. Is it Charlotte? No, Charlotte is south. I used to know all the state capitals, and honestly, I learned them and practiced them and had a test on them. But mostly it was Animaniacs that helped me learn the state capitals. So I see some people run down below that table there, and then walk around to the left to Tifa next to the ether. I wonder if that's faster just because Cloud has slightly less automatic movement, but I only see... I think I can only think of one person I see do that. Whatever. State capitals don't matter. I mean, they really don't matter. Not just remembering them, but dedicating a city to politicians. It's just weird to me. Why do they all have to be there? What's up, Southeast Shadows? I am hoping to be streaming until 9 o'clock, hopefully. But probably it'll be more like 5 o'clock Mountain Time. She's got several PhDs, speaks fluent Japanese. I don't remember that, but the Animaniacs were... I mean, I feel like that was a legitimately good show. Like, I watched other cartoons. You know, Doug was okay. But Animaniacs was, like, a masterpiece of writing and... sneakily educational, but I just loved the wheel of morality. Hello, nurse. Yeah, there's a Twitch viewer named Hello Nurse that I see around in a bunch of streams. I think in like Contra and Kate's streams, maybe Scuba. Alright, cool, have fun at the store. I also really liked Good Idea, Bad Idea, because they were just ridiculous. And, you know, I actually take back calling it a masterpiece of writing. It was good, but it wasn't that good. There was some real stupid stuff in Animaniacs. I do, however, think Futurama is an actual masterpiece of writing. There's a lot of different types of media that stories can be presented in, or writing can take place in, and I don't know, I think that a lot of people wouldn't classify cartoons as valid literature, but those people have not seen Futurama, and they have not seen, like, the incredibly clever things that they do in that show. Like a blow pop with 2 grapefruits attached. Yeah, I remember what she looked like. She had the, like, ultra-tight cleavage, and didn't she have long blonde hair? And she worked for some doctor or professor that was, like... I don't remember him. I don't remember what he looked like. I think we have Season 1 of Animaniacs on DVD, but... We've been watching some DVDs lately, and most of the ones we have are full screen or letterbox that our TV doesn't scale properly. It's better be preemptive apps. It should be. It is. Xena on DVD. That's cool. I never watched much Xena. I think one of my sisters was pretty into Xena and Hercules, which I believe were closely related. I think there were multiple crossover episodes, like Xena and Hercules knew each other. Sure, I'll have some more coffee. Thank you. Sketchy. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was kind of a bad setup because I was so close to the steel materia. But it was good enough. Swirler! What's up? Welcome. Good to see ya. Can we get a shout out for Swirler? Swirler is... he streams all kinds of cool stuff. He did Hades and... man, what... Oh, I did not know that you could do that. That's probably fine. He did Destroy All Humans. He was playing Back to the Future earlier today, which I think is... He didn't make it out to sound like a very good game. Alright. Encounter skip, this is gonna be... I don't know where it is. Is it... We'll just try it a few times. Nope, didn't get it. Oh! Yeah, you did one. Thank you. I'm sorry I can't, like, quite get caught up on chat yet, but I will in a moment. It doesn't matter, I'm gonna double train. So, movement is the key. Having perfect movement is the key to this speedrun. Well, I would say it's one of the two big keys. I would say ATB weight tricking is probably harder than movement. Oh, what's up, Lil Putanga? I hope that Swirler does not beat you. Yeah, the run's going alright. Fairly standard so far, I guess. It's 2 hours from now where things could get real messy. I really like the Back to the Future movies. I really like Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd and that whole movie. I'm into, I mean, not like super, but I'm into time travel literature and time travel movies, and I can't remember the name of the site off the top of my head, but there's a dude that, like, does really thorough analysis of the time travel aspects of certain stories, and I really like reading them. And his review of Back to the Future, as you can imagine, he's like, I don't even know how to start attempting to make sense of this. Like, his hand starts disappearing, his brother disappears from a photo, like, it's weird. Thank you. Thank you. But it's still a great movie, and I think a lot of people would say, like, Terminator doesn't make any sense, but the dude made absolutely beautiful sense of Terminator, which, big problem, Reese is John Connor's dad. John Connor sent Reese back in time. Reese slept with and impregnated Sarah, giving birth to John. That definitely sounds like it doesn't make much sense. I have not seen Looper. Welcome, Lank. I think that you mentioned that to me before. Maybe I have seen it. I know I saw Primer, and I need to watch Primer again sometime, because that movie is very highly regarded for the way it handles time travel, which is like a box in a storage unit that they sleep in and time doesn't pass. Something weird like that. Oh, I really like Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Bruce Willis also. I have really low standards for movies in general. Like, it's pretty rare that I watch a movie and I'm like, I wish I didn't watch that. I'll certainly say it was a bad movie, but that doesn't mean I won't like it. Ooh, have bad ATV, dude, please. Really? Oh my god, that's the worst thing he can do. But I will tell you, 12 Monkeys. That movie blew my mind. That's another movie that seems like the time travel doesn't make sense, but you can come up with an explanation that works quite well. In Terminator, the idea is timelines slowly change, and there's many iterations, and the first person to send somebody back in time wasn't John Connor, and he didn't send Reese back. He sent someone else back, and someone else met Sarah Connor, and over time, a loop formed. I don't know, I forget the write-up, but it was fascinating. Primer, I can safely say, I did not love that movie because I think it's a confusing story, but I think they tried to make it more confusing, which I think is like a David Lynch strategy. Like, try to make it confusing because being confused is entertaining. You can apparently skip that animation. It's called slap skip, and I think it's like getting through all the dialogues within 1 or 2 frames or something like that. Reno split missed. Oh, dude, I didn't talk to him. Alright, I'm gonna take a break in a second here. But I should say hello to folks. What's up, Simon Says, and Meebo1. And what's up, stupid little kids? Good to see ya. Got Reno split skip, but not slap skip. True. Good to see you, RJ. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Aw, thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I'm really bad about missing splits. The ones that are missing here, other than Reno, are new splits, so they don't really count, but, like my PB, there was no Mighty Grunt split, but it's a drag. I didn't do this on my PB, because I was lazy and didn't care about that PB and didn't submit it, but on my next PD, if I miss any splits, I need to, like, go back through the video and, like, put in the right segment times. No point in having splits if you're not comparing against... If you're comparing against missing a split, it's not very helpful. So, I think basically everyone in the world thinks Terminator 2 is better than Terminator 1. And I think I like Terminator 1 better, honestly. I think I like... I don't know. I like... Sarah Connor a lot more than I like John Connor. And I like Arnold as a bad guy, too. But Terminator 2 is a fantastic movie. I just think I like the first one better. And that's the same for The Godfather. Everybody says The Godfather 2 is better. And I don't get that one at all. Godfather 2, thank God for being double trained. Like, getting this encounter super duper late. So, Swirler, we watched The Godfather maybe 4 or 5 years ago just because we never had, and it was good. I mean, it was really good. But it does confuse me that it is regarded as one of the greatest movies of all time. I think it's just because of the acting, not because of the story. But it has amazing acting in it. Marlon Brando and Robert De Niro. Wait, is it? Yeah, Robert De Niro. I think Al Pacino is in the second one, which is where he plays young Vino, or Vito, whatever. But I think it's... yeah, I don't know. But it's good. I really hate it when you say, like, you haven't seen something or you haven't done something and people are like, oh my god, I can't believe you haven't done that. And there's a beautiful XKCD comic about that. Like, you're one of today's lucky 10,000. De Niro plays Vito in the Young... okay, so Al Pacino is Michael. It's been a while. Yeah. What's up, Nigel? Welcome. But yeah, I mean, like, if you never watched The Godfather, your life will not be, like, missing something important. I can't think of any movie that I think is, like, important to watch. I don't know. No, that's not true. Everybody should see Twister. Yeah, Dirty Smexy, me too. The first one is better. The second one is a lot of, like, flashbacks and, like, mixing up timelines, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm not stupid, but it was just, like, tedious to try and keep up with what was going on in each timeline and where the flash... I don't know. It was good. It was a great movie, but, yeah. Godfather 1 was just beautiful. And I think the third one people consider to be, like... I think people call it a terrible movie, but it's like... on IMDb, it's like Godfather is 8.8, Godfather 2 is 9.1, and the crappy Godfather 3 is like 8. So I don't know. I didn't see Godfather 3. We have it. I did, unfortunately, see Terminator 3. Yeah, I think me and Dirty Smexy have had basically the exact same experience with Terminator and Godfather. But yeah, Twister. I love that movie. Sorta. I think that there's also another movie called Twister that stars Crispin Glover, and I have not seen that one, but Crispin Glover is amongst my favorite actors. Speaking of Back to the Future. But if you only know Crispin Glover as George McFly, you should watch some of his other stuff. He is a madman. Like, River's Edge is a great movie, and he's loony as fuck in that. Willard is great. The remake of Willard. And his appearances on David Letterman are also quite the show. He was basically kicked off the show because he basically almost kicked David Letterman in the face. I didn't really look at my gill. That should be right. I think. hate it. I'm like so worried about steps, and look where I am. I have only seen the first of the Bourne movies, but yeah, I've heard they're all really good. Wait, what is it? Okay. We good. So in case you guys didn't know, going fast isn't important for speedrunning. Moving perfectly when it's unnecessary is important. And you always have to say it out loud. Don't forget the batteries. I didn't check my deal there either. Whatever. If I can't afford the batteries, the run is dead. Always forget whether I'm... Okay, we're good. We should have like 12 gil left or something. Kid go burr. I think all three Lord of the Rings movies were great, but I'm pretty sure everyone agrees that the first one is the best. Which, you know, that's not necessarily due to the movie, that's due to Tolkien. But I still love the other Lord of the Rings movies. I'm so much more interested in Frodo and the Ring than I am, like, battles in Gondor and Helm's Deep and stuff. I feel bad saying this, but like, I don't really like Éowyn, which I feel bad saying that because one of my best oldest friends has a daughter named Éowyn, and I like her. She's way cooler than Éowyn in the story. Man, I really want to make it to this cutscene at 58 minutes, and I'm not going to. I used to have a split for this, but Mighty Grumps is a much more useful split. Hey, I did it in 58:01. Alright, I'll take it. Or just shy of 58:01. Probably the fastest I've ever gotten here. Yeah, sequels and trilogies, it's a hard one. There's most trilogies, the first one is the only one that's really good. And I guess we're kind of forgetting another important one. Is it New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi? Empire Strikes Back is pretty good, and I like bad endings. I like it when it's not just happily ever after, and you definitely don't get happily ever after at the end of Empire Strikes Back. You get, I guess that's the end of Han. Oh, you don't need to mash through this. But the first Star Wars movie I ever saw was Phantom Menace when it came out in theaters. My parents weren't, like, into Star Wars, so we didn't have them. And I think the first time I saw New Hope, I was 29. I don't know. And I honestly expected it to be really dated. People even told me, like, A New Hope won't be as good if you don't have the nostalgia to it. It's a pretty cheesy movie. It's a crappy space western. No, it's not. It's fantastic. And the special effects also aged well. I mean, the lasers are, going significantly slower than bullets, but that's how you do it in a movie. That's how you make it a visual thing. And I don't think I ever finished Return of the Jedi. I think we were watching it and I got drunk and fell asleep. So I should probably rewatch Return of the Jedi at some point, or watch it for the first time. Because I think people like that one a lot too. I think people really like all 3 of the original Star Wars movies. And I liked Phantom Menace, but that was the first Star Wars I had ever seen, and I wasn't comparing it to anything else in that world. Phantom Menace, best Star Wars. I really did like Phantom Menace. I thought it was an excellent movie. And I really like Liam Neeson and... Oh my god, what is the name of the dude that plays Obi-Wan? I should definitely know him. The guy from, like, Big Fish and stuff. Yeah, Ewan McGregor. He is great. Oh shit, you know what I often forget that I should do right now? I should do that. That is super important. Well, no, it's not. The way I watch movies depends on my mood, but, like, for example, Citizen Kane really is one of my favorite movies. I've seen it twice. Before I saw it, I talked to my friend that is the one who let me borrow it and recommended it to me, and he went to film school and did some, like, freelance videographer and editing shit for a while, and he just told me, like, all the cool revolutionary ideas that Orson Welles had for Citizen Kane and, like, how they did certain things. And that's mostly why Citizen Kane tops the AFI list. It's not because it's the best story or the best acting. It's a great story and great acting, but it's the cinematography that was so revolutionary, and so many ideas that were in Citizen Kane, like, that Orson Welles first came up with, that are now in tons of movies, like, so many techniques that Orson Welles came up with. And also, just the drama behind that movie is, like... Yes. Are we gonna get no attacks? Because that would be cool. Hey, we did it. I think. Well. Yeah, no attacks, mighty grunts. That's how that fight is supposed to go. And we got a drink out of it, too. I'm, like, so afraid of moving Yes, it really did set the tone for so many things that were so important in movies. Oh god, I forgot this is part of the game. Oh my god, I hate this so much, but I refuse to do the super slow strat anymore. I'd rather get caught than be a scrub. Man, that just terrifies me. Yeah, I don't actually remember quite the fast strat on this. I do the sort of fast strat. Metal Gear sequence. I've never played any of the Metal Gear games. I've seen a little bit, but I should play Metal Gear Solid. It's like an ultra classic game. I should do the seconds timer thing. Bomb. Right? Breakdown, bomb, yes. But yeah, if anyone has not seen Citizen Kane, you probably don't have a lot of motivation to watch it, but I promise it's worth it. It was made in 1942 or something like that, and it's dry and it's slow, but it's worth it. And the ending is good. I think most people already knew the ending before they ever saw it, or already know it now, but I didn't. I had no idea what Rosebud was when I first watched it. Which was nice. You know, spoiler-free 75 years later. I'm not moving super perfectly through this area, but I'm so far ahead on steps because of double trim that I don't care. Because I should still be fine. Dang. So, in case anybody watching doesn't know, movement is important because all of the random encounters, or most of the random encounters... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm pretty sure this screen isn't hostile, but the last one definitely was. Whew. That's okay. That's okay. Flush, climb. But yeah, so having perfect movement is a really big deal, and you know exactly what encounters you're gonna get and where. And I do I guess I'd call it a beginner strat for step count, called double train, which is slower but uses less walking steps or less steps, running steps, which puts you pretty far ahead. And I do that, which makes movement really easy up through mithril mines in 45 minutes or whatever. But I might have actually messed up. I might have actually messed up too much. But even if that's the case, that means I can't get preemptive Genova, but that doesn't mean that I have to be, like, actually off steps. And it also, I can still do photo skip unless I'm really, really far behind. Not that photo skip saves me much time at all. Stupid Hojo. So that Mighty Grunts at 104. I'm not going super fast. I mean, I'm not super fast in general, but I think good times get that just under 1 hour. I think people like, I don't know if J-Rod's still around, but I think J-Rod probably gets under an hour there. So, that's just crazy. I don't know how you can save 5 minutes there. I mean, I know I'm really slow about stuff because I'm worried about movement, but, like, 5 minutes is a lot of time. Although I could be completely wrong about that anyway. I just see, like, the top runners' splits, and I just don't understand them sometimes. Like, how on earth can you kill Bottom Swell in less than 2 hours? It's insane. But you can. And it's probably nowhere near as insane as I think it is. Kojima. I will get poisoned, thank you. And actually, oh man, I'm gonna give myself an extra chance to miss it because it's apparently faster to get on the way down. Do I get poison right after this fight on my way to the elevators, or is it... Do I pass this again? Yeah, I passed it again after getting caught. I think it's faster because when you come out of the elevator, it's closer. So it shouldn't matter whether I get it or no. I don't know. Whatever. I'll get it. I'll get it ASAP, and it might not be the best time, but I'll get it. Hit cloud. Cast fire on yourself. I don't know how to do this fight properly. Well, that's not how you do it properly, I can tell you that. Hey, thank you, I appreciate it. Now can I actually get it off on you? I don't think so. Oh no! Okay, whatever, I don't care. I used a braver on the wrong thing, but... that's fine. That is A-okay. It's just stupid. I mean, the main thing is getting Braver off. Hopefully I can still get one off on Rufus. I'm not gonna heal Tifa. Oh, she's gonna get a free heal before I need to. Jesus. Okay, so... I don't know what I'm doing here. That's fine. Okay. Man, I love Rude. Would you press up, please? The Turks are so classy. I mean, Elena's not. And you could say that Reno isn't that classy, but he's classy in a bad boy kind of way, I guess. Everyone loves the Turks, though. Great music, entertaining characters. Song doesn't age. Do Song and Vincent know each other? Because Vincent was a Turk before Aerith was born, but... Was Song already one by then? I don't know. I mean, they must know each other. Scuba! What's up? Welcome, good to see ya. Yeah, I just didn't know if Vincent was already gone before Song became a Turk, but... It had to be right around the same time, or at least within 5 years, because you see him talking to Elmira and Aerith when she's like 4 or 5 years old. Or I don't know how old she's supposed to be there. Sure. How's your day going, Scuba? You having a nice Sunday? And Adria, when you have a chance, would you mind getting me more coffee, please? It's good because I have a 40-second bathroom break coming up soon. Demoed a theme for a podcast. That's cool. I don't know what the last dialogue is, so I just run up and down. I have never listened to a podcast. I mean, I guess they're just like talk radio shows. I don't know. I just never have. There are some that I feel I should listen to but don't want to. Like, there's a lot of C# and .NET development podcasts that coworkers have recommended to me. I just cannot imagine sitting there listening to people talking about advanced features of the C# programming language. That just doesn't sound like entertaining. Steak sauce! Welcome. Thank you. I hope to finish a run today. But it pretty much all comes down to laser. That's pretty much what it is. So maybe that's where you're supposed to get poison? Okay, and thanks to Double Train and Mistakes, I'm going to guess where to skip this encounter is here. 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 Nope. Stuff you should know would be a good one. I like learning, I don't know. I like learning. I like trivia. Not good. So, yeah, I'd probably enjoy podcasts about, like, math and astronomy. I watch a lot of YouTube videos about mostly math, but some astronomy. And it's all just, like, pop math from Numberphile and Matt Parker and stuff. It's not, like... Most of it isn't very useful. It's just interesting, like... What is Fibonacci number 1.5? Oh, well, it's an imaginary, or it's a complex number. But, I really want to get more into astronomy. I have a reasonably nice telescope, but our house doesn't have any good spots to view from, except in the front yard, which is still only mediocre, because it's facing east, but... Fibonacci is fib. Actually, okay, so I actually was fascinated by that. He started by talking about Fibonacci numbers. And then he started talking about negative Fibonacci numbers. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
You're good. And negative Fibonacci numbers are kind of interesting. I had never thought about them, but they're simple. They're the same as the positive Fibonacci numbers, but they alternate between positive and negative values. But if you look at non-integer Fibonacci numbers, you get complex numbers. And then he took that on to, okay, well, what's Fibonacci number I plus 1? And it's like, yeah, complex numbers are... People don't like calling I an imaginary number anymore. I is the square root of -1, and it's the basic complex number. Is there anything I do here? No. Yeah, it's just imaginary was the term for a long time, and it's not a very good... No, it's not a good term. Thank you. Yeah, it's just... Oh my god. It's not an imaginary number. And it does represent things in the real world. And no, you can't get apples. But I would also argue you can't imagine getting apples, so that's not imaginary either. It's too abstract to even be imaginary, but people call them complex numbers. And when you're in school, you usually learn complex numbers as an imaginary number plus a real number, but 0 is a real number, so anything with I or J in it is going to be a complex number. A stupid number is more accurate than imaginary number. I would agree with that. Fraught, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, I was always really into math. I was actually, for being an incredibly lazy stoner, I was pretty ambitious. Thanks, Snooze. I initially started planning to double major in math and computer science, but then I realized that it wouldn't be that much of a stretch to triple major in math, computer science, and music. It's like 180 credit hours instead of 135 or whatever it was. Anyway, I dropped out after 1.5 semesters, so that's cool. Didn't matter. Having a computer science or math degrees basically are computer science junior degrees for most people. If you just get a bachelor's in any branch of mathematics, the jobs you're going to end up getting are going to be mostly software development jobs. Man, I hope I have enough grenades. I should. But yeah, I started taking calculus too, and that's where I stopped. And I think it would have been fine. It's just I didn't attend all the classes. I assumed that I was smart at 140, smart enough to just like No problem. Show up to class once in a while, pay attention, maybe read the book and do some homework assignments occasionally. I'll be fine. Nope. Nope. Taylor series are hard. You actually have to learn them. Dropped out to be a dumb musician. Dude, Scooby, you have the dream job. Wow. You have the job that sounds like a dream, but actually is probably... It sounds like quite difficult and tedious at times. Alright. Motorcycle cutscene break in a minute. But yeah, I always really liked math. It's like, it's just descriptive, and that's all it is. It's just a language for describing things that exist, and things that don't exist. And I like that, when you can apply logic to something concrete and understand it. That's nice. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I made it back in time. That is insane. That never happens. Yeah, I'd like to take Calc 3 and linear algebra and Diffie-Q. I mean, I don't know that I actually like them, but I'd like to find out. Easy. 3 red bikes right off the bat means I can drink coffee. Tough on your ego most of the time. Is that just, I don't know. I imagine that's just from, like, having to produce art under direction and then how it ends up being received. It's like, if it's not exactly what they imagined. I don't know. Music definitely takes its toll on my ego a lot, and it's not even work for me. But in the words of Cursive, art is hard. Man, I better have enough grenades. I really don't know how many grenades certain things in Midgar take. So I use fire on red for sample, which helps, and limit breaks during the elevator fight. I only got 1, not 2. Doing Braver on one of Sample's minions actually cost me a grenade, so I hadn't really thought of it that way, but it's fine if I leave with 0 grenades. It's not okay if I run out during this fight. Well, maybe it is. Motorball. Scary, scary dude. You have to divorce your happiness from how good I or anyone else feel about your music. Yeah. Well, and I know, you know, when you write music for work, sometimes it's not the music that you want to write. Sometimes you don't like it. There's some fancy strat on this that uses limit breaks and does a braver part of the way through, but I don't know how to do that, so I'm not going to. Thanks. It cracked me up so much, like, I had never thought of it, but you told me, you know, you had to write a bunch of 3-second songs for whatever, for commercials, and I don't know, just writing 3-second songs for, like, commercials, there's just something very funny about that to me. Two grenades. Enough? I think it is. You still haven't heard back about that job? Wasn't that like months ago? I have a terrible memory for time, but... August. Wow. See, that sucks. Like, that's another thing. I don't really know how the business works, but it's like you might do the work and then not get paid for it. Like, you might write some music and then they don't like it, or I don't know how that works. I'm sure you have some contracts or whatever. But my mom's a real estate agent, and I see that happen with her sometimes, and it's just brutal. Okay. This is... I soft-locked you last week, which is just comical. Well, it's definitely not how that's supposed to go, but I didn't soft lock. We're gonna make it? Oh, yeah. Oh, that feels good. I want to be famous. How am I late? Followed directly behind you. Thanks, Adria. Oh man, $250 demo fee. That sucks. I mean, it's good that you still get paid at least, but you know, it's not. It's like you put the work in for $5,000 and you got $250 out of it. So that sounds pretty brutal. And yeah, being a musician and composer sounds awfully competitive. I'm already famous. As long as Scuba and Front know who I am, I'm famous. Oh, yeah. I guess $250 for 3 hours of work is pretty good. $5,000 for 3 hours of work sounds very good. Dark green is better. Light green split means I'm still ahead, but that split was slower than PB. Don't do it. Yeah. The same is true with light red and dark red. So if you're behind your PB time, but you do a split that gets you closer, like you saved time on a split, it'll be light red instead of dark red. I believe gold is always gold, whether you're ahead or behind. It'll just have a plus or a minus depending on whether it's ahead or behind. Actually, rainbow splits is one of the options. Probably one of the most commonly changed options in Live Split is you can make your golds rainbow instead, where they, like, change colors. Man, who is it? It's, Shrek Dog. He has weird colors for his, where gold is like a red split for him, or something weird like that. It's like, if he's behind and did bad on that segment, it's a gold split. He uses rainbow for real golds. I don't know exactly where I can clear these dialogues, but that works. This is another one of many places that you can soft lock in this game. Which actually, honestly, there are not that many soft locks in this game. There's, you know, the skips that cause it, but in a casual playthrough, I think you're very, very unlikely to get soft locked. I did once. Okay, so I think I can mash from here. Yes, it's just that first dialogue. But I did get soft locked in a casual playthrough. Please make it. Please make it. Easy. Okay, we should... Even if we get it on the tiny little next screen, we should be good for preemptive Genova. You're actually, like, supposed to force it on the next screen, but I'm a wuss, so I don't. I got soft-locked on the cargo ship on the way from Junon to Costa del Sol. There's a spot where you talk to Barrett, Sailor Barrett, and there's like a railing. He's spying on Rufus and Heidegger. And apparently if you talk to Barrett while you're standing next to that rail, he walks through cloud and gets stuck. And I've never seen anybody else do it, and I tried doing it again and couldn't get it. But I did find a page on the internet that tried to list out all of the soft locks, and I was in there. Dr. Trouble, welcome. Good to see you. Doing all right. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're good. Where else could I soft lock? You can soft lock in Shell Hut Skip and Coral Skip. I'm not going to do Coral Skip though, because I haven't practiced it. It's really easy, but I definitely do not want to get soft locked that late in the game. I mean, there's basically no way I'm going to get soft locked on the boat with Barrett, because it's like the way you're supposed to talk to him is just hold up and then press circle. And when I got soft locked, I must have gone way over to the left and in front of him over to the railing. But you can soft lock on Bar Skip, and I learned last week you can soft lock on Barrett Skip. And you can do it on Photo Skip and Coral Skip and Shell. Yeah, I guess there's a lot, but they're all skips. Gorinaldo, what's up? Welcome. Thank you for the raid. 24 people. Big, thick raid. Oh, Kamikaze's here. What's up? Welcome, man. Thank you for the follow, Wolves. I believe that's Wolves, not Wolv5. What's up? Oh, Wassy Blossy. Thank you for the good luck. What were you streaming? Thank you, Dragon Knight. You probably meant water, so I'll do coffee and water. FF7 remake run? That's cool. I have not seen any runs of that game. I played through it on normal, and I think I got, you know, I did it completionist. Damn it. So I think I got pretty much everything on like casual, normal playthrough. Took like 35 hours maybe? I don't know. 30, something like that. But that's cool. I will, I'll have to check you out. What? Yeah, I like that you can't die though. So there's a there's a really awesome streamer named Kite TV that I watch, and the very first thing she streamed was a blind playthrough of FF7, and she didn't know anything about it, and it was beautiful. She hated Aerith right off the get-go and called her a home wrecker. She's like, you're trying to break up Cloud and Tifa. She hated Aerith, and then when it happened, she was like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. good. And it was awesome. But for final Sephiroth, you know, she was, you know, struggling through the bosses, but she had like 20 viewers, and when she was fighting Safer Sephiroth, I said something like, just one more after this guy and you're home free. You're done. Just one more boss after this guy. And everybody in chat was on board with it, and they were like, there's not a save point. You better not die. There's just one more boss fight. And when she got to it, she did a counterattack instead of Omni Slash. I don't think she cared about Kate Sith one bit. Nobody should care about Kate Sith. You can care about Reeve a little, but he's still a bad guy. He's just a nice bad guy. You still get scared at Final Sephiroth ever since you got killed by him in your randomizer? I haven't played the FF7 randomizer. I hear it sucks. I don't know. I hear it's just like they didn't randomize very much, and it's basically a normal playthrough where some things can just screw you. That doesn't sound fun. But yeah, dying to Final Sephiroth sounds really, really upsetting. Sub Smile 64. I agree. Just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy. Jeez. And I really like some stuff where you're supposed to feel compassion for the bad guy. Like, I was actually talking to my mom about this yesterday, and like, she didn't like Breaking Bad because it was glorifying this evil person. I get that. I brought up American Psycho as a, like, you know, people still like to relate and have empathy for the bad guy, even if it's like a really bad guy and they know it and they think he's horrible, like Patrick Bateman. I think that was his name. But he's about as terrible as a person can be. But he's so cool. He's so much fun. So there are a lot of things in this run that, you know, everyone's good at some stuff and bad at some stuff, but some of the stuff I'm good at, I would really like to trade for some of the stuff I'm bad at. I get caught by this Zalem a lot, and that's pitiful. I mean, it's not pitiful, but it's like, don't get caught by the Zalem. I've actually never watched a video or guide for how to do Zalem other than briefly in Dave Stereo's tutorial series. He talks about it there, but I don't even remember what he says. Tifa hates everything. Cloud First Class, what's up? Welcome. I hate to break it to you, but you're not first class. Tifa is a toxic gamer? No, she's not. Tifa's great. There are 0 things wrong with Tifa. Just run fast. She hates everything, but she's still perfect. It'll be a minute, but if you are photosensitive or don't like flashing lights, there is a fairly brutal thing coming up in about, I don't know, 60 seconds. If Tifa is not hitting her hits, then I think something is wrong. Okay, true. She does, like, wreck you by just failing death blows. But, you know, that is to be expected. I don't know the odds, but I'm fairly certain Death Blow has-ish a 30% chance to hit, and it does double damage. Which is why, like, if Genova or Red Dragon comes out of paralysis, you shouldn't do Death Blow, you should do normal attacks because your odds are way better. But there's some spots where you really, really need Tifa to hit some death blows. And having bad luck on Diamond Weapon is like the worst feeling in the world. Yeah, she only death blows when she's bored. Alright, flashy part coming up in a couple seconds here. I'll say when it's over. Mashing this anyway. Legitimately, like, bothers me. I mean, I don't have photosensitive epilepsy or anything, but I think a lot of people don't like flashing lights. They're just jarring. Oh, brother. I should be fine on the Zalem if I'm just a little bit careful, but, I definitely miss the menu skip of the, like, tree snake cutscene. Wow, walking is so hard. Something. I miss that a lot. I don't have a lineup for it. There's, like, a little line in the texture on the grass, and it's close to that, but it's not on that. Be nice, please. Hey, you were nice. Thank you. So I think I'm fairly consistent on where I get to this point, and once I'm a little bit more consistent, I'll probably figure out when to leave calm. So I don't know how this works. I think if I force an encounter here, then I can just gun it and get to that spot that I need to be at. Dude! What the hell? Holy shit. Am I gonna get caught by... Nope, I'm good. I'm good. It worked. Let's get it. There. Nope, there. Hey, I think we did get it. Donate to Tifa's Patreon to get death blow hits. I should heal Tifa! Please don't kill Tifa here. I don't think they will, but... Wow. This vine scares me. But I'm good. Before Bottom Swell, Sell Talisman, Pennant Vest, Guard Source, 41 grenades, 11 potions. Grenades before potions. Because I am pretty sure I have 0 grenades right now. So, what is this? I do... So I forced an encounter here at this specific spot so that the Genova Birth boss fight is a preemptive. Which is not the next boss, but the boss after that. And I should be good on HP. I got killed by, or I blew a run by getting Cloud killed at Bottom Swell once because he didn't have enough HP. I think I actually will heal. Oh, for sure. But yeah, having Cloud die on this fight is really, really not good. And heal, like I just said. I think it's mostly just translation issues, but that conversation with Priscilla where she asks if they're Shinra, they sound very suspicious with their answer. They're like, no, we promise. That's how it is. Trust us. And she's like, I don't believe you. Because why would she? There's some, like, chart for how to do this if you, like, depending on how many tries it takes to get poison. So I don't know if I do this right, but I think this is about right. You just want to hold off on grenades until poison hits. Oh, shoot! Oh, I did it wrong! Yeah, you're supposed to wait so you can defend on that, but that's okay. Who cares about Barret anyway? Plus he's at full HP. Hopefully Big Wave doesn't kill him. Should be good. The wave crits Cloud. I don't think I've ever seen the wave do a crit. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, let's go 10, 10, 10, 1 then. 1, 2. I'm not going to count. It's the top. That 1, 10, 10, 10, 10 strat. Dangerous. You can actually get 11 off of this, but I believe it's frame perfect. That was 9. Whoops. I'm like 1 breath short now, and I have to do an entire cycle just to get 1 breath. Now I'm gonna do 3. Oh! I did it! Wait. I guess that 9 wasn't a 9, it was a 10. Unless I got one of those 11s, but I don't think so. Dude, talk to her. Actually, I think this is an old woman, but I'm not entirely sure. It's a very slow walking person with a triangle on their head and crazy baggy pants. Parachute pants. Or was it 7 years ago? I think that's the first time they mentioned that. And I think Tifa is confused about the 5 years. Yeah, I guess Tifa's really confused about a lot of stuff here. This is another thing, I mean, this is seconds and it doesn't matter, but I think single cycling this might actually be slower. So if you whistle twice without moving at all, the dolphin, you'll get up to the top and the dolphin will put you in the middle of the beam. If you swim to the left, you get it in one shot, but it puts you at the back of the beam. And it takes time to swim, and it takes time to walk. Nah, that's gotta be faster than doing it twice. I never see anybody do it in one shot. Every time I see somebody do that, they just do 2 whistles. But again, I don't really watch that many runs. I watch, like, parts of runs. So I don't know. I messed this up last week or the week before also. Got ethers. Which is fine, but definitely nice to get the 5,000 gil for real. So, I once had insane luck on this, and the ratings, when he said charge, it was at 40%, and I finished with 70%. I think Monetary Dragon was the only person here. I really wish I highlighted it or clipped it or something. Yay. Cool. That's how that's supposed to go. Yeah. What a disaster. Did it perfectly, but what a disaster. One Phoenix down, 2 Hypers, 11 Tranks, 1 Taint. 1 Phoenix down, 2 Hypers, 11 Tranks, 1 Taint. Can we cut him off? Not even close. That was weird. I like talked to the wall by accident and the dog whined. I guess dog is wall. So, after you get the buggy in Gold Saucer, you can drive it back to Costa del Sol over the river. There's like a little river crossing there that you wouldn't normally use unless you were doing that. But there is something I want to like investigate there. I talked to RJ a little bit about it, and Monetary Dragon a little bit about it, but there is... I think you can get back into the underwater reactor. I think you might be able to do a skip that might not help, but who knows? Maybe it brings you to Carry Armor part of the story. Probably not. Wow, this is a really easy one. This is a good one. Don't make me turn around that way. Square, square, square. Cross. think he does this anymore, but Monetary Dragon, yeah, he made his own 100% speedrun route for this, which is like an insane amount of work to route this game in general, but 100%. But I think he changed this, but he used to purposely not get 100 on that minigame because you get an HP plus materia instead, and you can buy the Force Stealer in North Coral. But you can't get an HP plus materia until Cosmo Canyon, maybe? So, I thought that was interesting. Ugh, man, I hope this boat ride goes fast. I got 40 seconds right after Genova, and I've been drinking coffee. I like this zoom in here, how, you know, it's like a crummy model, but it zooms in and it still looks good. One of the worst ladders in the game. But it's not on a hostile screen, so there's that. That Mithril Mine Vine is hostile screen, and steps do matter, so that one is arguably worse. Yeah, so this is the part that I once got soft locked on. You just run up and talk to Barrett, but if you go to the left too far, that little railing to the left of him, you can get stuck on when he's running back right there. What else do? I give Tifa Steel, right? And then I should have drank to them earlier, but yeah, that's it. Still ATB active, should be. Should be backwards. We'll see. Look. Yay. And I guess I can use Red's limit on her. I mean, I guess it, like, saves a grenade, right? It's slow. I guess that's why you don't do it. Oh, and it is. It's like exactly the same damage as a grenade. Ah, couldn't have gotten the Braver off first. I have no idea how many Bravers I have. I got one on apps. I got one on Samples Minion. I've gotten 3 on this fight, so that's good. I really need to be better about keeping track of how many Bravers I've done. So let me think. Apps. No Reno. Sample. I didn't use one on Rufus. I did. Okay, so did I leave Midgar with 2? Because that's bad. I'm really glad I got that Braver. I will be right back. "40 seconds, not long enough." I hope well, I lost whatever I did there. It couldn't have been that much time. So, earlier this week, I routed how to move through Costa del Sol fraction perfect so that you would get to Mount Coral at 0 fractions. And I figured it out, and it was great. And then it occurred to me that none of it made any sense because when you fight Genova, your fractions are not necessarily 0. So that means for it to work, the last time you know your fractions are in Mithril Mine, so you have to make it all the way through Junon and the boat on perfect, like truly perfect, down to the fraction step movement. So I don't think I'm going to do that, but the reason was just getting 7/8 of a fraction of a step for free. I mean, that's a big deal. This is the tightest part of the game for steps. Nigel, I have not yet gotten to Gold Saucer. You never know, I might miss. I probably will take a break there, but it'll be hopefully quick. Taking your stuff. Ugh. You can just hold down right there. Wow. It's not a nice time to get an encounter. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it makes me feel like I'm gonna get 3 encounters on the way. Which I would prefer not to. Man, any other FF7 runners here probably know Mr. Jelly Stew. And he had the most painful run the other day. It was so brutal. He got 2 right arms and M tentacles, and it didn't even matter. He had such awful luck. Getting Big Guard, you have like a, I imagine it's a 1 in 3 chance of getting this egg as the encounter. And he got it 4 times. We gonna get it? Oh, okay, so we have bad fractions, but that's fine. These walking steps coming up are just rough. Alright, this is an incredibly crucial part of the run that I've messed up. There's more crucial stuff coming up very soon, though. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That was horrible. But it was good enough. Wow. Hopefully that was like not 13 steps, not 12. Cool. I like stuttered a step there by accident. Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, hit him. Alright, we're in good shape on steps right now. And maybe could have even gotten a little closer to that loading zone. Oh, it's not good. Neofist. Oh, yes, Neofist. What's up? Welcome. Good to see ya. Oh, yeah. Give me that bravery. So this is pretty far back. 2, 4, 6. Hopefully enough. I'm really, really bad about taking my steps too light, but I guess that was okay. Damn it. You can menu skip this encounter, but it's a little bit tricky. Just because, you know, you have to know exactly where your steps are at. And I got it earlier than I thought. Most people don't even attempt to skip it because they try to steal my right arm from the bomb. But I don't want to spend any time trying to get a right arm. Okay, there is this coral prison right after Gold Saucer is like the part that I mess up. And the step count stuff is easy to mess up, and I mess that up for sure, but I always miss a menu that I really need here. I guess in a while. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. 24? Yeah, 24. You are annoying me. I think this is all auto advanced dialogue. I really need to like make a list of breaks and how long they are. That one's short. That one's too short to use at all. But anything over 35 seconds or something is pretty useful. Go fill up your coffee or go to the bathroom or whatever. I'll be right back. I did it! Red Yoshi, what's up? Welcome. Good to see ya. Hope your day has been going well. I didn't catch much of the multiplayer with Fraught, but looked like you guys were doing some co-op, and that looked fun. Clever. Woo-wee, 10 minutes ahead. Yeah, I guess I was just fast. It's kind of hard to imagine doing that a minute and 45 seconds slower, especially considering my PV wasn't on steps. That's why I got more random encounters, didn't I? You murdered him multiple times? Okay, I did actually see you eat him with a Yoshi and spit him into a pit, and multiplayer with eating players with Yoshi is like the funniest thing in Mario Maker to me. Well, good. Somebody's got to put him in his place, you know? Then you can spam the down button and say wahoo? Wait, what? If you... Wait, what? When does Mario say wahoo in Mario Maker? I didn't know about that. Like if you crouch while you're on Yoshi? Man, I gotta play Mario 64 one of these days. We have an N64 that I think works. We need some controllers, but... Oh, this... Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you're so toxic. He says wahoo in other games, but not in Mario Maker. No. No Ocarina of Time. If I'm going to run anything on N64, it would be Mario 64. Which is stupid. There's, like, I've run Super Mario World. Running that is a waste of time, and running Mario 64. They're not a waste of time because it's not like I speed run to try and get first place, but, like, for Super Mario World, like, the long grind got me in top 400. What's up, Ace? Zephyr? I have never played Ocarina of Time. I have heard mostly that it is just an absolutely fantastic game. I think IGN gave it a perfect 10 score, whatever. But I've also heard people say that it's not as good as all that. It was just the first Zelda in 3D and people went bananas over it. But I'm gonna guess it's actually really good. Joe Heartbody, what's up? Welcome. Hello from Colorado. That's cool. I think you told me about some glitches a long time ago. There's some, it was either you or Alex sent me a video of some crazy glitch that I didn't understand, and it was like the luckiest thing to happen in a speedrun. Wait, what do I do here? Oh, yes, this is important. Is that it? Yeah, that should be it. I have done this dozens, maybe hundreds of times in the last couple weeks, so I'm just gonna take it super slow. We made it. We made it through the door. That is super important. Okay, and the menu that I miss, that I always miss, is right after this cutscene. I leave the shack. I'm gonna get an encounter just a couple steps outside of the door. Then I need to take one walking step. And, well, no. Then I need to menu, and then I need to take one walking step. See, even just, like, trying to state what I'm going to do that I have forgotten. I forgot the menu. And it's a very, very important menu. Barrett gets killed by dying without it. Trank Barrett, arranged by most, ATB weight. That arranged by most is so much more important than I gave it credit for. Okay, so I really don't know how many Bravers I have. I'm gonna get 2 off of this laser fight, and hopefully that's it, because if that's not it, then I will have to try to get it from Sneaky Steps and Cosmo. Which is not a fun... I mean, it's fine. You manipulate one and I think just a triple attack, but it's nice to just already have Cross Slash and not have to worry about it. But I'm almost positive I do not have 7 Bravers yet, so I'm gonna need at least 2. You can theoretically also get a Braver, like use one on Palmer. That just sounds like it would feel so bad, though. Alright, menu. Menu. Hey. And I don't know when people do this, but I think I like the idea of... What am I doing? I should be fine. Oh my god, I did it! I mean, we'll see, but I actually freaking made it here. Whoops. This should kill him, right? Cross slash gained! Okay, so Barrett is fine. And from here... we good. Sup, Hype Ghost? Good to see ya. Yeah, it's going pretty well. I managed to stay on steps through laser, so that's where it's all gone wrong. And I actually menued before dying, and in theory, will not die to him. But yeah, the splits look really good, partially because the PB isn't that great. But I'm quite satisfied with this. I'm gonna kill Dine at like 255 or something. That's just fine. For a long time I had a sub 3 hour goal for Dine, but 3 hour Dine ain't anything to be too proud of in the first place. So I guess people kill him at like 240 or 239 or something and make it to the buggy by 240, 340 or something like that. Man, Cosmo Canyon skip is madness. Should be good. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Even a crit, I should be fine now. And no crit. Oh. Nope. Bird. Yeah, Hype Ghost, I saw you were, I just barely caught it, but it looked like you were starting to learn PSX Digital, like emulator slots run. Is that right? Like, I don't think it's no slots. But that's like, PSX Digital is like running it on emulator, right? And should theoretically have almost identical times to running it on console. I don't really know how that works. Like, do you have to use FPS Fix or something? I think the emulator handles all that. Japan International on emulator. Does that mean you can't do Return to Midgar skip? I guess that's just for the Japanese leaderboards. I know that, like, they consider that to be a major glitch because it breaks the music. But I guess just playing on a Japanese version doesn't... probably doesn't have that rule. Okay, cool. And it is faster than a PS2 90K, right? Like, I don't really know how RetroArch is emulating it. Is RetroArch a version of Arch Linux, or is it an application that runs on Arch Linux? I guess it's probably a flavor of Arch for gaming. The Japanese version is 10 minutes faster? Crazy. That's what I figured. Is it all in katakana? Well, I guess it doesn't matter what language or what writing system it's in, because basically all characters in Japanese represent 2 characters in English. I took Japanese in high school. It did not go well. Oh my god! Jeez, so much dialogue. Oh. I forgot, the R2 button on this controller is not great. Like, I have to hold it really hard. Was I a weeb in high school? No. But I hung out with weebs and sold them pirated anime so I could buy weed. Get out of the way, Blue. I am definitely an upstanding citizen. So, I had a friend that wanted every episode of Rurouni Kenshin, and I found them all as recorded from TV with, like, Japanese commercials in it and everything, and it took up a whole spool of CDs, a whole spindle of CDs, to store them in, like, AVI file format. And I charged him $190 for it. Because it was like 96 episodes, and I was like, how about 50, or $2 an episode or something, whatever it was. Anyway, yeah. I was a scumbag. Just to be clear, I was a scumbag. Oh, no, don't save. Oh my god. I shouldn't even bother with that. I'm still supposed to be on way heal. Is that it? That's it. Not fast. Okay, we're fine. Oh my god, am I actually gonna get to do a stinger skip in a run? It's the day I've been waiting for. Well, we'll see how the Mies Baker army for running Japanese on Retro Arch, if that really does take off, which it sounds like it will and is a good run. It seems like, you know, Mies Baker has really valid reasons for wanting this to be a category. If that happens, I'll probably run it. Especially if it's a new category and I can get, you know, a time on the board early. Even if it gets smashed later, I'll just at least momentarily be in the top 10 or whatever. Okay, so during this cutscene coming up here, which is actually in a minute, but I am going to take another quick break. And during that break, I'm going to pull up my notes for all of my crazy backup strats on Stinger Skip. And then hopefully not need them. I just need to make sure that I menu after the first stinger, because I don't always, and I'm super confused when I get an encounter with the second stinger. And then when he dies and I get another stinger, all of a sudden I remember what I did wrong. Something called duplicating boss glitch in this game. And there's a few aspects to it, actually. It's a little bit complicated. I don't know who should be in party there. I don't think it matters. But if you skip an encounter, you need to menu before attempting to skip another one. Something along those lines. Hey, missed the dialogue. So the way that I got all of that anime, I mean, this was in the heyday of, like, Napster. This is like 99, 2000, that era. Kazaa and BearShare and LimeWire, eDonkey, none of those were around yet. But my sister was in college and knew a bunch of nerds that had an FTP server with just an astounding amount of music and anime on it. Good old LimeWire. Alright, break is happening after this cutscene, or after the next dialogue, maybe? Yeah, here we go. A lot more dialogue than I remember. I'll be right back. Anyway, I want to make it clear, I was a scumbag in high school for, like, selling my friends anime and overpricing it. But I wasn't just, like, a straight-up scumbag. I mean, these were my friends, and I was nice to them, too. And the guy that bought most of it had unlimited money. He didn't care. He didn't care at all how expensive it was. Sure. I mean, you know me, so you can probably gauge that pretty easily. Alert, I will read in a second. Wall005, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You put people... You were a bully? You suck, dude. And worse than that, you were a bully that was, like, expertly trained in martial arts. So you, like, had the tools to be a very bad bully. That's funny. Yeah, I had an interesting role in high school. I was like a nerd and a stoner and a guitarist. Oh, no, not you, him. Sub downgraded. Good to see ya. Thickmaster, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated and welcome, guys. Here we go. Drink liquid. I will drink 2 kinds of liquid. Lukewarm coffee and some water. Thank you for the beverage, Thickmaster. This game has a lot of annoying ladders in it and ropes. These are not annoying. These are easy. So I should try not to go back up the ladder like I just did. Oh, I'm so nervous. Something. Okay. Whatever. Cloud. Stop. Soldariel, welcome. Good to see you. I don't think I got M tentacles, but I didn't even check. Okay, right, left, right, up L1. Here we go. That's too early. One more. Should be good. And now for my easy stinger skip. I think this is my setup. Yeah, Soldariel. This is where I've wanted my runs to get to. Was the thing I just did with those spiders. Okay, I'm not gonna do my setup for that because I'm afraid. I'll do it this way. I have a setup for getting this within 1 fraction of the edge, which doesn't matter. You don't need to be within 1 fraction of the edge. I'm following you said something about it this morning, about follow me, fraught. So I followed you. Alright, beautiful ATB? No, horrible ATB. No, you didn't? Oh. There was something you said that made me follow you. I don't think you were referring to... Yeah, I don't think you were referring to following you on Twitch. I mean, Red Yoshi was already following me, so it's not a scam. Oh, that's right. Follow me is one of the multiplayer saying things. Well, you gotta follow it out of it, and I think you have. Don't you have like 150 followers, but you've never streamed? Like, wouldn't you get affiliate within 3 days if you started streaming? Ow! Oh, you used to stream? I just didn't see any videos, so figured you didn't, but that probably just means it's been over 2 weeks. Been over 2 months? Well, that's cool, I'm following you now, and if you stream again, I will try and catch it. I imagine you probably stream Mario stuffs. You don't and won't. Alright. Well, that's okay. I probably follow somewhere around 500 people on Twitch, I would guess. And a lot of them, I don't even know who they are. It's like... when Mario Maker 2 first came out, I must have, like, submitted a level to this random person. Oh, man, I hope Materia Keeper goes well. I'm gonna save... on the world map outside of Materia Keeper in case I die. I can't save next to Materia Keeper because I'll be off steps. Those are not good people to put in the party. How can you get a start on Twitch? You mean as far as streaming? Just stream, dude. Find a computer game. I mean, people... I really, really highly recommend having a webcam or at least a mic, but... that'll get you more followers and viewers and stuff, but... Lots of people stream without a mic or anything. Like, a lot of speedrunners do because they just want... the, what do I do here? I guess I'll read on the way. But yeah, streams with where the streamer is talking are definitely more popular. But most people like seeing a streamer on a webcam too. So, before Materia Keeper, I've got this big menu that I do after I get Power Soul. And... oh, and I'm supposed to be on ATB active. But yeah, if you want to stream console games, you're going to need to get a video capture card. There are cheap ones out there that are just like USB to HDMI and cost like 20 bucks and don't support stereo and aren't very good, but you know, most people don't really care whether it's in stereo or not. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, dude. Up. Over. Okay. Not the best place to be getting this encounter, but it's fine. Then what is it? 5 steps? Yeah, 5 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, I took the 13 heavy and the 5 heavy. So I'm a little behind now, but I am officially past the spot where I was like, it's not a run if I'm not on steps through Stinger Skip. So if I lose steps from here on out, which I will. Okay, wait, what do I do here? This is gonna be a little bit of a slow menu. Oh, shit. Oh, and, Seraph Comb. Poison. All. Is that it? That's probably not it. Tranks, Limit, Seraph Comb. I did put the Seraph Comb on him, right? Yeah, Seraph Comb. Power Soul, Silver Armlet, Transform. Materia Stuff, ATB Weight. Okay. I think we are... let me check Red's 44. I am happy about that. Sub 8-bit mansion. Alright. Here we go. Wow! And now I just need to get the timing. Okay. 1 poison tick. 2 poison tick. Oh my god, I did it, and I did it right. Holy shit, nobody died. I don't know that I'd say I did it all that right, but I did it right enough. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, so... Oh, controller cable. Shit. I'm only good at the first 3 hours of this game. Exchange the other one with transform on Tifa. Red, only keep bio. Exchange other skill. Range, give Cloud. Restore, remove transform. Do I need restore up here though? I already power sourced Tifa, tent ATB active. I will tent after I get to Rocket Town. Hopefully I don't get a horrible pincer in the meantime. Hey, no pincer. And I totally didn't even see whether I got M tentacles or not, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. Oh, I didn't tent! Go back up, tent! Damn it. And I think I'm gonna get some extra money here. Just, because it only takes like a second. 8. Neat plane. I wonder if we can take it. Okay, so we sell Riser Staff, Drill Arm, Mithril Clip, Gem Ring. That's it. Then we sell Transform Weapons. Oh, I actually need to buy things too. What do I buy? Like 11 potions, 17 high potions, 11 Phoenix Downs, 3 Ethers, 11 Hypers, 21 Tranks, 3 Tanks. And run all over the place. Just for kicks. So, my next save, I'm gonna save before Red Dragon and before Demon's Gate. And if possible, before Schizo. And I think, I mean, I should be fine on Red Dragon, but in practice, it's like Red Dragon is straightforward. No matter what happens, Red Dragon is straightforward. But still just tricky, and one little mistake, or not being quite fast enough, or holding circle for too long or not long enough, I've messed up Red Dragon a lot of times. Now, Demon's Gate, I don't have to mess up for Demon's Gate to kill me. He could just kill me. But probably because of a mistake. I don't know the fastest way to the loading zone there. It doesn't matter, but... well, it does. Not very much. Okay, and I know I didn't get M tentacles. I would have seen it in the shop, and I'm pretty sure I would have noticed. And there's like an actually decent break coming up here. I'm gonna take, hopefully be back in time. Once the 30-second countdown starts, I think it's like a good 2 minutes or 90 seconds or something. Is the Elgato HD60 Pro the PCI Express one? That's the one I have, and you know, it's better. It's certainly higher bandwidth than even USB-C is, but I don't know how much that really matters, and I think it would be nice to have an external one. You can like power cycle it without rebooting your computer. I don't know. I think the PCI Express ones are a lot nicer though, and I did not beat the curve on that. I paid a lot of money for my capture card, like $200 I think. Might have even been more. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, well that is definitely not a 2-minute break. I don't know how long that was, but it was not 2 minutes. So does anybody here put butter in their coffee? Because that's a thing. People put butter in their coffee. I don't know that people really put lard in their tea, but butter in the coffee is kind of a similar concept. Fat in your brew. Yeah, I don't know the deal exactly, and it seems really strange to me because fat is not water soluble. So it doesn't like dissolve in the coffee. Oh no, I high potioned Tifa. Should be fine, but like, waste. And, okay. Okay. This is not how to kill Palmer properly. What the hell? Stick. Stick. I guess Sled Fang, why not? Yeah, actually, I guess Sled Fang is quite good. Can you hit Cloud one more time? No, you can't. Nope. Welcome back, Scuba. Thank you. This one is unfortunately not gold, but we still get to see him hit by a truck. Ugh. So I need a limit break on Cloud before the next boss. Which is a little while from now, so that's okay. And I get another super quick break. Also not 2 minutes long. What a fake out. The game gives you an airplane. You fly off, and it's like, just kidding, it's a boat. I forget, I've watched a lot of first playthroughs, blind playthroughs of this game, and I forget who it was, but someone was fairly pissed. They were like, I thought I was getting a plane. Probably unnecessary, but I don't really want anybody dying right now. Cloud? Yeah. I'd buy... Yeah, I'd buy like 16 Molotovs right here, right? Yeah. Is that enough? Because I can afford 18. I'll just get 16. Okay, I need to check if I had any Molotovs left. This messed me up really bad once. I didn't have any Molotovs. When I bought them, something else was in the first slot, so they weren't at the top of the inventory. And you kind of need them to be, or you at least need to realize that they're not. Can he get his limit from there? I mean, if you get... I feel like I've heard something about if you get a limit break in Battle Arena, it changes your limit back to where it was? That doesn't sound right. I guess that's not a good time to be farming the limit anyway, because you can just do it on the world map after this. Have a little more control over it. Oh no! Actually, I don't know if I think that I did the right option there. I don't think you're supposed to pick second option there. I don't even know what it is. It's like, will you tell us the story? And I think the top option is no, I won't. Be strong, Red. So it's not a big deal, but hopefully get the right options for the fastest version of the play. And I don't know where the next dialogue is, so I might mash through it. Did it wrong. I thought it was later. I think this actually might be the slowest version of the play. Poor Aerith. Woo! That was fun. I think this is another fairly lengthy break, but I'm really not sure where the dialogue is. Oops. It is almost your favorite time. And I am still on steps. And if I mess them up in Gongaga, then I can get a spider web. Hopefully that doesn't happen. What kind of toast? Just butter on white bread toast? I traded some sourdough starter to one of our coworkers for some brown sugar and peach jam. I haven't tried it yet, but brown sugar and peach jam, that sounds pretty good. It sounds really sweet, but it sounds good. What's up, Mind of Gemini? Good to see ya. Welcome. Hope you are having a nice Sunday. Is this, yeah. Stupid cat. My arm is already getting tired from mashing. And the second half of the game is where there's really a lot of mashing. That's okay. Main goal, don't die. Secondary goal, go fast. So, I live close, well, sort of close to a place called Royal Gorge, which is, there's a bridge there that is the highest suspension bridge in the world, and it's over the Colorado River, and you can, like, go rafting under the bridge. Big Lad Canyon. Oh, right. And there is a ropeway there, and you can take the ropeway across the gorge instead of walking across the bridge. And I did that when I was a kid, and it was up there on most terrifying things I've ever experienced. I'm so afraid. Okay, well that's way closer than I needed to be. Gongaga. After potentially months of waiting, Nigel finally saw me get all the way to Gongaga. Ah, no encounters. Wonderful. Yeah, FF7 Remake Gongaga, I actually am kind of excited because it's the ruined reactor and it's got, I mean, there's some fairly important story points that you can get in Gongaga. But the whole, like, trashed reactor, I think is going to look really cool. They're going to make it into a 5-hour sequence, yeah. There will be, you know, like, episode 11 of the remake is the Gongaga episode. I hope there's not more than 4 or 5. So, Temple of the Ancients is a really good place to lose step count. So we'll see. Man, I should know this. Didn't Black Hair Cloud already show up in episode 1? I'm pretty sure he did towards the end, and I think... Sorry if that's a spoiler, but, who cares, I guess. It's FF7. If you're watching a speed run of it, you probably don't mind spoilers. He was in the ending sequence? Yeah. I should play that again because, honestly, during the entire ending sequence, I was kind of just done. I was like, I want to beat this. All of this is weird and foreign to me. Okay, so up is top left. Yeah, I didn't quite understand. Oh man, I'm like on steps, like for real. Oh yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, let me take this nice and slow. No! Might still be okay. Not very okay, but past where I wanted to make it, so... Yeah, wow, okay, bad. Bad. Yes, I got lost here as a child and as an adult. Froggy. Okay, I cannot fit 9 steps between here and the vine, so... What is that? Oh my god. This is, I mean, clearly... Oh, right, 9 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Too late. No longer on steps. Officially no longer on steps. I was 1 step away from it because I was too late. Like, I was supposed to not get that encounter. And that can matter. That might mean getting... Oh man, that would have been so cool if I made it that far. Aww. Oh. Yeah, so being on steps is really, really nice for getting magic breath from Stilva and not getting Marlboro or Malboro. Yeah, I was like, if I had started walking one step earlier, I would have skipped that. I was literally on the step. Have I ever tried to turn a frog into a frog? I have not. I imagine they are immune to frog status effect. But I don't know. I mean, there's different types of frogs in this game. And the plain green frog is what you turn other stuff into. The frogs at the temple are like brown, so maybe if you frog one of them, they turn green. But I'm gonna do that now. I mean, obviously not right now, but I want to know what happens when you turn a frog into a frog. It should turn into a princess. What's up, Nautical X? Good to see ya. No, this is a long speed run with a million places that it can just die, and you've spent half your day just for it to end all of a sudden. That's cool. So I've listened to that song a few more times, but I haven't, I looked up the, like, chord chart for it and everything, but haven't really spent any time on it yet. But I'll keep you posted. Probably spend some time on it tomorrow or Tuesday. Nice, it is a good time to relax. What? What? Black Friday has been crazy busy. Oh yeah, that's... Is that this week? It's the following week that's Thanksgiving, right? I don't know. Okay. Menu. Forget it. We're not tranked, and we do need a heal. Let's just go ahead and get that. Forget it. Okay. Heal with potions. Trank everyone. Wait, what? Replace E-skill with Death Blow, give her counterattack long range and steal, I guess. I hate this. I hate not having menus memorized. Give enemy skill to her. Okay. Reset limit on Tifa. Set to ATB weight. Save. And it really... Is it here? Here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like actually not on steps now, so saving really doesn't matter. That sucks that I was like one step off. Hopefully we still get the right encounters. Is there any reason for me to keep doing walking steps? Is that a thing at all? I'm still on the same step ID, but have different fractions, or different formations. So, yeah, I think that there is still a point in doing walking steps to avoid encounters. Oh, you haven't played FF7? Well, if you don't know any of the spoilers in this game, then you should absolutely... This is the time to leave. This is, like, spoiler season in this game, for sure. FF9 is great. That also has, quite the ending. I'm doing an FF9 playthrough. I had been doing it with my wife. Display coffee. On Sunday nights we did coffee and toast play FF9. But then when I rebuilt this computer, I lost our save file. I backed up a file that I thought was the save file, but it was a much older save file. So that was all on Steam. We restarted on PS2, but haven't gotten very far, so... FF9 is a long game, longer than this one. FF9 has insanely good music. I mean, FF7 does too, but damn, FF9 is some of my favorite music of all time. Yeah. I don't know if I have anything on my Twitch schedule officially. I did, but I think I got rid of them because I didn't want to commit to anything, but... Yeah, I do music and FF7 mostly. I also speedrun some other games, but haven't lately. Lately, it's just been music when I feel like it, and FF7 on weekends if possible, because I'm trying to get a decent rundown, and this is decent by those standards. And if nothing goes terribly wrong for the rest of this run, I should be pretty happy with a nice new PB. Hopefully under 8 hours. Like, hopefully under 8 hours, although it's kind of looking like that might be rough. Alright. Focus time. I think that was fast enough. Okay, so... Oh, shit. I did this wrong. I mean, I'll be okay, but... Okay, and this is just to get turn order. And I didn't death blow! Okay. Disbad. He is gonna wake up. Yeah, this is not how this fight is supposed to go at all. Please don't kill Tifa. Please don't kill Tifa. You're gonna kill Tifa. No, not Big Guard. Death sentence. Oh no! I didn't think he was targeting her. This is bad. This is real bad. Oh no. I'm gonna high potion her. Oh my god! This is so bad! Do I high potion her? No, I don't. I just go for it. That's what I do. I have no Big Guard. Let's get Big Guard up. Why are you targeting her so much? Oh, this is awful. I should have waited for him to attack. Come on, get the hit in. Is that gonna kill Cloud? No. Oh, right, Big Gun. Oh my god, worst red dragon that ended in him dying. That was like, I didn't deserve that. I messed that up too bad. I don't know exactly where you talked to that. Yeah, that was, I mean, he was targeting Tifa over and over, and as soon as he stopped targeting her, it was fine. Oh, shake it. Shake it, Cloud. And I do not need to heal to get out of this area. Right? Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good to make it out without healing. I honestly can't even believe that I didn't just get a game over there. How many Phoenix Downs did I even use? Like 5? Rest and retrank. What else here? Okay, she doesn't have a limit. Save, because we're about to do the hardest boss in the game. And, okay, so there is a safe strat for this boss. You can use an item called Spider Web to cast slow on him, and it is super, super helpful. And it's like the very last beginner safe strat that I got rid of. Well, depending on what you consider to be beginner safe strats, but I've never killed Demon Gate without Spiderweb in an actual run. But hopefully all the practice pays off. Chad Gate. Yup. Oh no. I don't think that was good enough. Oh, it was because he got his limit. Normally I would get Tifa into critical HP here so she does more damage, but I am afraid of that right now. I mean, Chatgate's not a bad name. That's not how I should have handled that either. No crit on Tifa, please. Just nice standard attack. All right. Oh no. That is pretty bad. We will see. Yeah. You're getting a high potion, Tifa. And you're gonna keep... Oh shit! Big guard has run out. I don't know how to handle this. That might kill him, though. Oh, I really hope that this finishes out. No! Double no. I don't really know how to handle this. Oh my god, I'm the luckiest person in the world. Okay. Yeah? Is this gonna do it? This should finish him. Or maybe one more hit. Oh my god. Whew. Wow. I'll be honest, I'm pretty happy. That did not go very well. And I don't know that I handled it the best way either. I don't know if I should have resurrected Aerith at some point, but she died right before a Demon Rush while Big Guard was running out, so... And I mean, let's be real, she doesn't need the experience. But she can use some practice. But I'm pretty happy that I didn't die to Red Dragon or Demon's Gate without using Spiderweb. If I was still on steps, this would be a really good run right now if I was still on steps. Instead, it's just a pretty good run. It's so weird how they try and make this an emotional scene, like you feel bad for the stuffed animal that is a spy. Alright, going back to Gongaga in a minute here. Last chance to see it. Gaga. There you go. So, judging by the split times here, I think that this is some potential, like, real time save on this one. Like, okay, so... Is that 1833 actually a real time, or is that like I died to Genova? Because I think in my PB, I either missed the water ring and died, or I had to wait out MP. So, hopefully we don't get the Aqua Lung. There once was a stupid boy named Cloud. Good job, Cloud. Yeah, that Mr. Jelly Stew run the other day that just had, like, the most insane mix of good luck and, like, horrifically bad luck. It was brutal. It ended to Aqualung right here. This is a crappy place to lose your run. But he has a really good time, so he can't, like, if he gets Aqualunged and he can't recover on the first Phoenix then, he's probably not in good shape for a PD, I guess. Man, I gotta save 17 minutes somewhere if I want to hit under 8 hours. I do not think that's possible. Alright, I didn't die to Diamond Weapon. And I didn't get Supernova'd. And I believe my final descent... Man, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look like the right time, but I want to say I got 9 encounters, which I did in some run. It was a PB. I got 9 encounters on the way down. I think it was this PB. And the odds of getting that bad of luck, pretty low. So I should save some time there. And then I have no idea, because I don't have a split time for Schizo. Split time for Schizo is 5.5-ish. It's about, what, 8-10 minutes from Schizo to Genova death. Gaga! Hey Andrea, good to see you. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. Kind of funny. The first time you enter this area, it does this. A ruined reactor. But that's normally earlier if you like come in here and explore or whatever. But it's kind of funny for them to be like, what is this? A ruined reactor? Wait a second. Am I not supposed to go to ATB active? I'm not supposed to go to ATB active. No. Alright. On our way. Oops, should have gone straight down. How long do controllers last? I don't know, but this controller is about 20 years old, but I've only been speed running this for a year or less. But no, these DualShock controllers are quite nice, and you can replace buttons on them. Did not know you could get stuck on that. But yeah, people customize controllers to some extent. Like, a few people have DualShock 2 controllers with PS1 controller D-pad. You can also buy DualShock 2s, but there are some fakes out there. Unfortunately, I own 2 of them, and man, they look pretty legit, but they just don't play quite the same, and their Sony logo is not quite right. But yeah, I want to say it's like $50 to buy one used, and it might not even be in the best shape. Hey, I actually felt like I was a little off on that, but apparently not. Yeah, I don't know. We have 4 real DualShock 2 controllers, and 2 of them are pretty flaky, and I'm going to be taking them apart and, resoldering or whatever I need to do. I don't know. Cleaning it probably is really all it needs. Okay. Just up. Then hug. And then down, around. And yeah, see, my formations are messed up now. Well, that's okay. I'll still take the 16 steps because I think it'll still skip an encounter for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I don't know how to exit that screen either. Okay, we're actually at another spot that is dangerous, but I should be okay. You can soft lock here, and if I soft lock here, the last time I saved was before Demon's Gate, so probably wouldn't do that. Alright, Nigel, I'll catch you later. Yeah, so, where is it? Oops. Okay, well, I messed it up, so I'm not going to do it. And actually, I can still get this box from up here. Get this, I guess. Yeah, there's a skip here where you get that chest at the bottom at the same time that you go to sleep. City of the Ancients is so good. Also, what's up, Diminished 92? Hope you are doing well. Trank everyone, give Cloud the Water Ring, Tifa the Gygus Armlet. Old enemy skill to Cloud or to Sid. New one to Tifa. Is that right? New man notes. New enemy skill over counter. And then that's it. That's not it, because I didn't do all of that. That's like a real important one. Yeah, the City of the Ancients music is way up there for me. Kind of nothing beats the Cosmo Canyon main theme. That's just so good. What a, like, killer melody. I also really like the, I don't know if you remember this, but in the Northern Crater, when you first see Rufus and them and Weapon Awakes, that music is pretty good. Walking is hard. Okay, I need to double check and make sure I'm actually good for this. Trank everyone, Water Ring, Gygus Armlet, enemy skills. That's it. That is it. And we're on ATB weight, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, all the music in this game is fantastic, but some just hits you. But you know it's good because speedrunners still like the music. Like, I've heard this music so much, but I'll never get tired of it. Not a chance. I thought if you were holding run, he would do that fast. And I will be back super duper quick. Short break. Sup, downgraded? Welcome back. I am still alive. I lost steps, but that's fine. I made it to Temple of the Ancients on steps, and I'm still enough... My formations are bad right now. So I don't know if I'm going to get Stilva, but I think it's still worth doing walking steps for avoiding encounters, at least for now. But yeah, Nobuo is amazing, and the FF9 soundtrack is just about... Like, it's way up there on my favorite music. Like, Beatrix's theme, what is it, Roses of May? What a great song. Alright, let's see if I can manage to do this. Actually, wait, how do you do this? Yeah, This is not how you do it. I need her to be in crit. You gonna do it for me? Oh, I can laser, that doesn't matter. Oh, laser isn't even enough, is it? Oh my god, what am I doing? Is that it? You done? Alright. And now, once I get past a little bit of dialogue, there's like a reasonable, 100-second break. I think it's actually already started here. Yeah. I'll be back. But yeah, that, Genova Life is not a difficult boss. It's just she can open with Aqua Lung, and that's really rough. That did not happen to me. I do not know what I was doing in that fight, but I made it through. And my Red Dragon was pretty catastrophic. My Demon's Gate was pretty bad. But that's okay. I made it past them, and the run lives on. Oh, what? Okay. Yuffie swap. There's something. Imagine making it to disc 2. I forgot how to change a disc in a PlayStation. Okay, so after Genova, heal up ATB active trank all. Everyone should be tranked already. That's good enough. And if steps weren't already dead, they would be about to become dead. Yeah. That's fine. Hello? What? What the hell happened there? Sup, Maxi Way? It's a strange way to introduce yourself, but boxers, if you must know. Oh, God, okay. Put this over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not really. Not super valuable to be doing that, but there we go. I approve of strange icebreakers. And welcome. And just up. Right? Yeah, I have not practiced movement on any of these screens, so I have, like, actually no idea how to move through them properly. Quail Man. Yeah. I watched a lot of Doug. Jeez. Yeah, I watched some Doug more recently, and considering how much I liked it when I was a kid, it was really disappointing. It's not nearly as good of a show as I thought it was. But, you know, it's okay. It's a kid's cartoon for 10-year-olds, whatever. Okay, so outside of Icicle, don't I do something here? I think I do. Before Icicle, give Sid the Wizard, give Cloud the Wizard Bracelet, right? Right, give Cloud Wizard Bracelet and Fire Ring. Give Tifa the Bolt Armlet. Give Cloud Comet. Use a tent. That's it. Right? Sure. Wait a second. Does Sid have Fury? No. What's wrong with me? That's kind of cool. The map disappears after you're already running away from it. Comet Armlet. That would be nice if there was a Comet Armlet that made you immune to non-elemental attacks. There's some like real small skip here that I don't know how to do, but something about like walking to this guard before he like, can't you talk to that dude? I thought you could like talk to him before he runs down there or something. I don't know. Give Wizard the Circlet of Sin. So this is a thing I've messed up a bunch of times where I gave the wrong people armor, and I have given Sid that Wizard Bracelet before and it didn't work out well. Get out of my way, dude. Alright. Freaking snowboarding. Man, I haven't done snowboarding in a hot minute. I hope I get it under 3 minutes at least. Good stuff, good stuff. Does pressing up even make him accelerate any faster? I think it does. I guess we'll go right side. And we'll hit a tree right off the bat. I am awful at snowboarding. And the trees are the big one. I don't know, I just hold up all the time when I'm snowboarding. Okay, and here I want to go center? Yeah. That went okay. I'm good with that. I don't think having a snowboarding split even makes sense. I don't know exactly where to split it. Yeah, 3 minutes exactly. Not fantastic. I don't know what the best time you can get is, but it's certainly over. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't know what the deal is with steps right now, but, what was I saying? 2:30-ish. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Like, if you do it perfectly, it's right around 2:30, right? It's like, I think you can maybe get under 2:30. I think the best I've ever done is like 2:45-ish, maybe. I've only made it through the trees without running into one once, but then I ran into the snowballs multiple times. Oh my good lord, where is this loading zone? Yeah, no idea how to walk in this area. But I do know that this isn't how. Man, if I reset anytime I bonked, well, I suppose I would never finish the game. Okay. Circle, like... Can you not place them while it's spinning? I could have sworn you could. Well, hopefully I'm going in the right direction. I think I am. Yeah, the ground texture usually helps guide me. What is it? But it's been a while. No, we're good. Is there any reason to go in there? I don't think so. Yeah, I will heat up. I think you can make it through this one without heating up, but I think I already was too slow. I know you have to heat up for the second one. I think I'm good on this one, though. I once passed out right about here. It was unpleasant. Okay. Okay. Stilva? Stilva. Okay, so he's gonna do Comet, right? How do you kill a Stilva? Is that enough? No, it's not. But I believe a grenade will finish. No, they have 2,200. Oh, no, they don't. Whatever. He's dead. And I guess I'm not gonna mess with any walking from here, because I don't think it's just my formations that are messed up now. Yeah, I was supposed to do like 3 steps, then 16, then 5, then 7, then 6. I don't know. Way the hell off now, but that's fine. Sup, Monetary Dragon? Good to see ya. Yeah, I should be good, and I'm still gonna be doing some safety saves in a few spots. I'm gonna heal just because it's scary. I had very, very bad lucky fights with Red Dragon, Demon's Gate, and Genova Birth. Or Genova Life, I mean. Yeah, Bat Pincer is dangerous, so hopefully I don't have to deal with that. I have no idea what it takes to kill them. Probably like 4 Molotovs or something awful. May want to heal here. Oh. Speak of the devil! Okay, so... This bad. Oh no! Yep. Cheating death. And I am inactive, am I? I should be inactive, right? Yeah, I changed to wait just for the icicles. Okay, so that was only 3 Molotovs to kill the bat. Yeah. Well, I think it's safe to say I'm no longer on steps. Yeah, and it can do 300, so... Every drain is like an extra Molotov. Okay. I am going to I'm going to do this menu now. If I get a Marlboro, it's over. And I need a ribbon on someone. So... Trank and Phoenix down Sid. Give Cloud the Dragon Armlet. Give Cloud the Dragon Armlet. Hopefully we don't get Stilvad in the meantime. I don't think Stilva's up here. Give Cloud the Water Ring, because fun. Give Sid the Ribbon. And Fire Armlet. Oh, that's why you don't menu yet. Because you don't have the stuff for the menu. But he has a ribbon on now, so... If we get a Marlboro, that should be okay. Yeah, I've definitely seen runs die to the Bat Pincer. But that's not for me. I'm lucky. I go for the luck strats. Okay, so now we can finish this menu. We can put the Fire Armlet on him. Give Tifa Gygus and Fire Ring. Give her... Oh, there's some fancy... Whatever. That's not how you do it. Give Sid Rama Elemental and Armor. Reibu. Heal with Cloud. ATB rate. I think I'm good. I mean... It would be a little unusual to die to this fight anyway, but, you know, it can happen. Oh, that's right. Cloud can get silenced here. That's important. So, I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm not on steps, so I can go to the save point next to Schizo. Should I still force the encounter? I mean, it seems good to go into Schizo with 0 danger. I mean, I know that if you're on steps, you definitely want to force that encounter, but just because I force it doesn't mean I'm not still going to get one. But I guess going into that hallway with 0 danger, I should be okay. Oh, that's a good point, because if you're on steps... Well, no, I mean, you still need to force it, because if you get it after that, then you're already in the hallway. Oh my god. Everybody attack me. Just everybody attack, and then I'll go. Well, I certainly don't want to go into that hallway with like 3,000 as a danger value. That would almost certainly wreck me. And those dragons are brutal, but those cats have something really bad? Aren't the cats like worse than the dragons or something? I don't know. Cats counterattack with spells. But I think I'm gonna go to the save point in tent. So I should have 2 tents left. Actually, instead of tenting, I should probably just use like an ether on Cloud. He doesn't need that much MP. Oh, duh, the healing spring. Doesn't that get rid of Trank? I'll have to re-Trank, but that's fine. You go to hell, Malboro. Yeah, I've got Tranks. I did not know that it revived you. I don't know what revives you. Do inns revive you? Like if you sleep at an inn and you have somebody dead in your party, does that revive them? Huh. Do I know what else revives me? I mean, Phoenix Downs and Revive. I know those two. Really? That is interesting. Man, that forest is awful. I mean, if you know how to do it, it's not that bad, but trying to figure that out, I've watched people try and figure it out, and it's just like, it's awful. Let's walk over here. Oh, is running faster per step ID, or is it only faster because it raises danger faster and you're less likely to slip under an encounter? I am tired. Running is actually faster per step? I thought that they were like the same amount of time. Just quarter difference. Quarter distance and quarter... Sure. Oh, right. Hero drink. Whatever. It's fine. doing? Like, I don't really... I never practiced Schizo. I don't really know how to do Schizo either, but... I think I'll be alright. So, if this hits, it should be the counterattack, which should not kill Cloud. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, what? Ooh, that could be bad. Whatever. I don't think this can possibly kill him. This did kill him and will probably kill Tifa. I don't have any clue how much this does. Way more than too much. Does that make her... What am I doing? Does that make her hero drink go away? I guess probably so. I probably should have waited for that. Oh, wow. Yep. Hero drink makes a big difference. That's for sure. And she's dead. Because I forgot about... Okay, she doesn't need big guard. Hey! Hey, I made it out. Good. How do you climb up this? There. Okay, so after Schizo, heals Cloud and Sid, set to ATB active, and make sure Cloud has a limit. So let's just set it to active. What exactly does this red arrow represent? When it's a... Is that a loading zone for starting this animation? FMV? So Cloud's got a limit. Tifa's got a fire ring. I guess I won't walk these steps. I guess there's nothing No reason. There he is. Don't kill me, dude. I should not have changed, but it won't matter. I think that's one of those cases where you don't want to do change, because he might wreck you for it. He does Quake 3, I guess. Something. Instead, he drops his big shoes. Not to be confused with sprint shoes. Big shoes are not good for sprinting. What does Earth Mallet even do? Does it cast Quake? Does it cast Quake 3? Quake 3? Oh, shit. Okay, wind is one of the things I'm not good with. And that was super, super close, and I should not have done that. So if I'm not on steps, there's some things that I wonder if I should do. Like, I can get these Kaiser Knuckles here and sell them, and with a few other things that I've picked up along the way, it might equal an entire HP plus materia. I don't think that's worth it. Because I don't think an extra HP plus materia is all that helpful. Yeah, I already have extra money because What's that weapon you get for Barrett from Sid and Cher's house? I picked that up. Okay, there's a strat for this that I'm not doing. But maybe should have. Damn it. I'm gonna use Sid's limit on it. Why not? And Comet. Drill arm. Yeah, I got the drill arm. I have a little bit of extra money. Wow, that didn't do very much damage. That did. And I am gonna have to ether... I got a Phoenix down. I am gonna have to ether Cloud. Okay. Revive Tifa, set to ATB rate. That's it. But... so I'm gonna cast Big Guard on Cloud. And that's a fact. So I don't need to give Sid an ether. think Kaiser Knuckle even sells for very much. I think it's like 1K. I don't know. I could be wrong. Because Caleb's old route picked it up. The one he made the beginner video for with Magic Hammer and all that. He picked it up. But, I mean, I don't think that guide did any step count manipulation at all. I think he ran the whole way. I don't know. The Gun Tree! Welcome, good to see you. Hope you're having a nice day. Okay, so I don't super have a system for this boss either. That's okay. We can kind of just wing it. You didn't want to jinx anything? That's okay. This run is, I mean, I'm gonna finish this run unless something crazy happens. Oh, I should have healed. Aw, man. I think that'll be it, right? Easy. Man, I really want to save another 15 minutes, but I don't know where I'm going to. I don't remember what happened in my PD, but pretty sure I did not die to diamond weapon or carry armor. Oh. And then after Genova, heal and drink. Can't you? No. Sleepy Tifa still knows how to run. No idea how to do this. Not a clue. I mean, I can do that, but there's a better way to do it. SoulJ2112, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. What is this, 10 minutes of mashing now? Thank you. Well, I would say that this is a good FF7 run. I am pretty satisfied with how it's gone. I have messed up some big stuff that I don't think wasted a huge amount of time. I made it through, but do I talk to her? Yeah, I think I talked to her. But yeah, Red Dragon, Demon's Gate, and Schizo, and Genova Life, all of those bosses were not great, but they're all dead now. Jumbler, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, there's Toast. Toast. It's not very toasty, though. Oh, yeah, I think the big time save that I will have is Final Descent. I'm pretty sure I got 9 encounters, but that might have been the PB before this. And I don't know how long that split is supposed to be, so it's kind of hard to gauge. But from... No, it can't be 9 encounters. From Diamond Weapon to, or from Hojo to End of Descent is a 22-minute split. And I think that's like a valid time. So it must have been a different PB. Now I am become death, the destroyer of runs. So, that quote I looked into at one point, and I believe it was said by Krishna? Man, I do not remember my crazy, like Krishna and Shiva are the same being in different manifestations or something, but whatever. That's an Oppenheimer quote about the A-bomb, and he was quoting some Hindu literature, but I can't find that anywhere. If you try and find that quote or any reference to it, all you find is Oppenheimer. MGS? Oh, Metal Gear Solid. Well, they probably get it from Oppenheimer, because he was the head of the A-bomb, the Manhattan Project, and he got interviewed after the bombs were dropped in Japan, and somebody was asking him, like, how the team felt while they were developing this weapon, and that quote was, he was something along the lines of, like, I don't know how everyone felt, but I think most of us felt like Krishna when he approached blah blah blah. It was something like that. No, it's Oppenheimer, and you can hear the quote. Like, there's a recording of that interview. Pretty sure. Almost positive. But he was quoting ancient literature, and I haven't been able to find the source that he was quoting. Possibly he misquoted, possibly the fact that he quoted it is just so famous you can't find the original. I don't know. But it's incredibly haunting. Yeah, well, you've been here for a while, so Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna finish this run even if it doesn't PB. I mean... Well, I guess that depends on what happens. If I get supernova'd and know that I can't PB, I'm not gonna go kill Sephiroth. I'm not gonna go through all of that again. World Wrecker. Yeah, I just need to beat it in the next hour and a half and I'm good. Seems easy. I do feel like I walk into FF7 run streams right before they die a lot. Like, I show up just in time to watch the game over screen pretty often. Yeah, well, you just watch. In 1 hour and 29 minutes, I'm going to be done with this game. Which will require accidentally finding a major skip. Accidentally running across a 1 hour late game skip is what I'll need for that. Aw. There is more Genova music to come. The, Genova synthesis music, that is some good music right there. Drink liquid. Oh, that's true, downgraded. Yeah, so... I mean, I haven't finished all that many runs on console. Maybe like 3, 2, something like that. But I did PC runs for a while, and the Hojo skip doesn't break the music on PC, so it was kind of nice, but on console it does, and it is always so jarring. It's like eerie. Okay, I'll have to think about what counts as eating liquid. It's not very chewy. Is eating ice? I mean, ice is the solid form of water, so you're eating solid. Well, I did just chew it. But, what about like an extremely, extremely thick milkshake or smoothie? You're still drinking it, and it's still liquid, even if you chew it. But it could have berries in it, chunks of strawberry. I don't know. This is getting too philosophical. All right, break time. 20 minutes. I'll be back. smoothie sounds pretty good. Also, hello, Stealthy Shadows. Welcome back. Yeah, a milkshake would definitely not survive an 8-hour run. Unless you had a very nice mini fridge. If you keep a milkshake at 40 degrees or 38 degrees Fahrenheit for 8 hours, I think it'll still be good. A milkshake intern? Ugh. Yeah, I really like smoothies a lot. I used to have smoothies every morning with strawberry, banana, milk, Greek yogurt, and protein powder, and kale or green beans, and they were excellent, but I don't do that very often anymore. That's okay. If you get to enjoy half of your milkshake, that's worth it. I haven't had a milkshake in a while. I don't eat very much dairy anymore. I avoided dairy for like a month and a half or something just to see how it would affect me, because I have I don't know, I have some health issues related to digestion, and there's no mashing through that entire part. That break is way longer than I thought. Handling less material so you won't be as tired. If you don't mind my asking, what kind of work do you do, Downgraded? So that whole train scene is automatic, or auto advance, and this is where the first actual prompt is. Hey, Rotten Pop-Tart, good to see you. How you doing? I just saw your response to my snarkiness, Rotten Pop-Tart. But I know who you are. I'm a programmer, so I don't do any amount of lifting except my fingers, which I don't think that adds up to 2,000 pounds a day. Oh shit. We've got another skip that can result in a soft lock. But for this one, if I do soft lock, then I really should never play this game again. You kind of have to do it on purpose. Yeah, soft lock bad. There's a lot of places you can get soft locked in this game, and this is one I've never been soft locked in. Oh man, didn't. Okay, whatever. Forgot what this screen looked like. Something. You work in a plastics factory. Your version of heavy artillery is a lawn sprayer full of mean green. Is mean green, I guess, a fertilizer for grass? Oh, Scarlet cracks me up. She's so terrible. She's just like a really mean person. But I guess she likes making special technology for killing people. Well, I will avoid mean green. So, where do people split high wind? Is it when the screen loads? Like, she jumps off the cannon. She like misses the rope and then grabs it, and then I guess that fades to black and it loads with her in the high. Oh shit. Shit. Nah, pizza's fine. We should probably get rid of the pizza. Mashing compulsively. Sausage and pepperoni pizza. Condensate dye that remains solid. I used to tie-dye stuff a fair amount, and some of that dye was no joke. Hey, I did it. And I still could get soft locked. I think that if I go right here, I will not do that. I don't know why. So on screens where up goes like upright, I just can't handle, like Temple of the Ancients, I just can't handle moving around there. It like messes up my head or something. I just have to like memorize the inputs. Or tilt my head. So I think if you're on steps, trying to imagine. I think you can menu skip this encounter. It's not... This isn't the right one because I'm not on steps, but... It's just crazy if you're, like, on steps all the way here. That just sounds crazy to me, but it's certainly not impossible. Not even close. Yeah, I've got the movement down pat for the first 3 hours of the game. I just haven't practiced anything after Stinger Skip, really. Except bosses. I mean, I've, like, practiced Gungaga a little bit, and Mount Nibel. I don't know. But I'm definitely not, I don't have the knowledge or practice to be able to stay on steps this late in the game. Which I'm not too worried about. I feel like step count matters most in the first 3 hours of the game, because getting laser and Stinger Skip, 3.5 hours, whatever. And I mean, I sort of try to keep optimal movement. I just don't know what is optimal movement later in the game, and I'm not concerned enough with it. I'm not concerned with it because, like, I can get a run I'm happy with without being on steps past that. But Bat Pincers and Stilva and Schizo Hallway, these things, and Marlboro, I mean, these things could have messed me up really bad. And just didn't. Yeah. Yeah, the huge time saves from step count manipulation, I think, are mostly early, but every encounter, I mean, those add up. I'm probably getting 20 more encounters than somebody would on steps. I don't know. I can't even guess, but 20 more encounters is like 5 more minutes, at least. And see, up is to the, like, up and sort of left here. Come on, game, give me some consistency. Wouldn't it be crazy if pressing up made you go towards the top of the screen? Yeah, Monetary Dragon, have you done, I know you started doing runs, but I haven't really caught any of them. I'm assuming you have not finished a Hundo run yet. Oh, whoops. See, Tifa's a pacifist. Well, clearly not. But in regards to Scarlet, she is. No, run away from the cannon. Okay, so I guess I'll, like, split when it fades to black. Sure. What is that? Is that tumbleweed? So, we get some tumbleweed in Colorado, and maybe like 8 years ago? Wow. There was a really, really bad windstorm, and we were on our way to my boss's house for D&D and Magic. And, oh, I didn't even split. Wait. Split there. That's where I'll split. When this screen loads. Seems like the best place to do it anyway. But yeah, it was really windy, and there was so much tumbleweed on the road that people were going like 30 miles an hour on the interstate, and people were pulling over, like, I can't drive in this. The next morning, I saw a picture from Fort Carson where I guess there's like a building where there's a corner, and it just happened to be where all the wind was blowing, so there was like a 3-story high pile of tumbleweed. Anyway, tumbleweed is funny. Just in general. I don't know what kinds of plants make tumbleweed. I mean, just some sort of dry brush, but I don't know. But yeah, it was something else. It was like terrifying to drive. And we were only on the interstate for what, 6 miles? Who's supposed to be in my party? Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Because I go to Medial now. I'm gonna fly closer than that, actually. Probably a waste of time, but I really would like to reduce my chances of getting a world map encounter on the way out of Medial. Thistles? Makes sense. Beat up useless old key that gets you one of the best items in the game. What a useless key. Which, I mean, I guess it is useless. It doesn't even open the door. I mean, I've definitely seen the plants, miscellaneous types of plants that would produce tumbleweed, because that's like, there's not a lot of plants in eastern Colorado, and it's all just like brush. Ugh, please. What do I even do here? Sell all gear except for Curse Ring and Wizard Bracelet. Buy Destruct. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll buy some stuff. Would have been nice to get 7. I don't need that many. There. 2 remedies sounds pretty helpful. We'll go with that. Thanks, B-Town. And thanks for the answer, Andrea. Yeah, I'm glad you could catch the run, too. It's, I'm glad I finally got one that made it here. I am pretty skeptical that it's going to be sub 8. But it will be 8:05 or 8:10 at worst, I think. I do need to pick up the pace a little bit, though. Like, I'm maybe a little bit too relaxed and casual and need to be mashing faster and walking more accurately. Oh, thank you for the lucky bit. So, next page. Red Kate, give Sid the curse ring and wizard bracelet. Oh no, this is a big menu. Bigger than that. One place that I can save a lot of time is shops and menus. And it's pretty crazy how much time that adds up to. It's also pretty crazy how much time mashing adds up to. If you're looking at it as 30 frames a second, every time you are 1 frame late on clearing a dialogue, that's a 30th of a second. There are like 1,000 dialogues in this game. So you can lose... By being 1 frame late on 30 dialogues, you lose a second. That would be cool. There's a lot of things that streamers would like Twitch to allow more customization on. Like, a lot of people want their own version of Founder's Badge and VIP Badge. I've even heard people say that they want to make their own mod badge, but I don't think that's a good idea. I think a standard for mod is necessary. Yeah, step count is big. Every encounter is like at least 15 seconds. And stuff like farming for laser takes a long time. Getting preemptive apps and Genova saves time, but more importantly saves grenades, and getting money for grenades takes time. Thank you, Thickmaster. But custom VIP badges would be fun. I don't have custom bit badges. I don't even know what I would do with them. I don't have custom channel point rewards or anything. I figure emotes and sub badges are the things people care about. go to the operations room with him? I believe so. There's another skip in like 20 or 30 minutes that I'm not gonna do called Coral Skip. I believe I know how, but that's another place where you can get soft locked, and I don't want to do something I haven't practiced that I know the theory behind, and then kill the run. Can you not cancel out of that dialogue? Okay, stop. Stop pressing circle. Oops. Well, I'm sorry that you got the Rona. That sucks. That's, bad. I was talking about getting a world map encounter on the way to the High Wind. You can't. You don't walk to the High Wind. Although that was pretty far away. Okay, so take Red and Kate, give Sid the curse ring, give Red the ribbon, give Sid the wizard bracelet, exchange Sid's enemy skill to Kate. Arrange. Oh my god. Menu suck. Comet, MP Turbo. Restore, HP plus. Sid's armor, HP Elemental. Added cut Death Blow. The new enemy skill, long range Shiva Bahamut. Red, give him enemy skill. HP. Give Kate the rest of the HP plus. Is that everything? That looks like everything. Tranks? No tranks. I'm gonna kill myself. Yeah, I've known a couple people that have had the virus, and it sounds really, really awful to deal with. And I've heard that, it's like the worst flu ever, but it's also like, yeah, and you might have some other random symptoms that aren't flu symptoms, like, I don't know, you might get severe headaches, or diarrhea, or you might get joint pain, or I don't know. Sounds like a bad virus. Hello? That is real bad. That is real bad. Okay, so I can do... Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, man, that really sucks. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah. That's brutal. I'm definitely being pretty cautious. Probably not as cautious as I should be. Okay, so this is ridiculous. You can't remove this guy. You can't delete him. But what we're trying to do is run out of guys so that we lose automatically. Yeah, so this is supposed to be a lot faster. Just kill him. I was gonna say don't kill Sid, but then I remembered that that's the point. Good. Intentional. Oh, well, making the guy that had to walk all the way down there, that was not intentional, but that just wasted like 1 minute or something. 2 minutes, I don't know. Okay, so don't menu here, menu here. Yeah, thank you. I remembered that one. That's one I am likely to never, ever forget. I discovered a glitch in this game that isn't helpful and gets you killed. Apparently, right after you get that game over, you can menu and heal, and it uses your MP, but it resets your HP again, back down to 1. Is this the pincer? This is not the pincer. Wow. Fancy that. But yeah, I did that once, and I healed everybody, because they're at 1 HP after you get that game over. And it used the MP, but it reset the HP back to 1 again, so I didn't realize that I had 1 HP on everyone, and I got a pincer that I couldn't run away from, and I honestly could have saved it and survived. I was just like so freaked out. Instead of healing, I tried to throw Molotovs. See, this is why step count is helpful in late game, because look at all these encounters I'm getting. I'm not gonna save. I can't die to the train fights. I mean, I could. Oh, I was supposed to tent, though. Do I go back to tent? I think I have to. No, I don't. I'll be fine. I do need weight, though. Oh my god! The encounter rate in this area is really high. Which I don't know exactly what that means. I guess high encounter rate means danger goes up faster. Not more encounters per on average per X steps. I guess it's just danger. But I'm pretty sure this area gives you 14 danger or 56 danger per step, which is a lot. Ah, I should have used the ether after this. No, he didn't have enough HP, or he didn't have enough MP to do that. Okay. Comet, Magic Breath, and Dragon Fang. Then Turbo Ether. One problem I have with the train, which is not hard, I just need to practice it and remember, but like, who to use certain spells with. Like, should Kate Sith be using Magic Breath so that Sid has more MP to use Magic Breath on the next enemy? Stuff like that, but that should be alright. Train game. Oh god. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Is Sid's magic not high enough? I mean, I guess it is what it is. There's not really anything I can do about that. He has Muhammad and Shiva on. I'm gonna have... Oh. $1,500. Okay, good. I'll take some more water, I guess, yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay, so this dude is Laser Comet Molotov Grenade. I guess I should have held time on that, in case he doesn't die from Comet. Oh, thought he was healing himself. So this is Laser Magic Breath. And I don't have enough MP to do a Magic Breath on the last guys. So I guess I will Death Blow him. Wait, what? Oh.
Wait, what did I just do?
Compared against the wrong thing. There we go. Can I save another 11 and a half minutes? So this is where a coral skip would happen, but I'm not going to mess with it. You actually get a free heal out of not skipping it, but you have to use 3 trinks. Wait, do I need 3 trinks? Do I care whether Sid and... or whether Red and... Kaseth die? I don't need to trank them. They're gonna die. So, remove Ribbon and Materia from Red and Kate. And trank Sid. That does seem important. I guess I'll make a quick save just because it's been a while and I'm not tranking them. I like fairly certain that's fine because they just die in this fight anyway, but I'll save. What the damn hell? I think I just like heal Sid once after the first attack and that's it. I don't think I needed to heal. This should only do like 620 or something, but I fear. Hey, 621. I was pretty spot on right there. When do I get another break? Oh wow, that's a lot of pizza. Thank you.
If you don't need it, that's okay.
Thank you. I think this is a long enough break. I'll be right back real quick. Oh, yes, there's a huge break. Like, one of the biggest in the game is at the end of the Medieval sequence. I forgot about that. It's been a while, I don't really remember how to do some of the stuff coming up, but it should be fine. I don't think there's much, but like, I don't know who to talk to in stream spots. I'm sure I'll remember when I get to them. So, I don't know what Sephiroth thinks there when he's like, and my father? Haha, what does it matter? But Hojo makes it clear later that he doesn't, that Sephiroth doesn't know that Hojo is his father. So who does he think his father is? Pretty sure he doesn't think it's Professor Gast. That makes sense. No, and I mean, when all of that happened, it would make sense for Vincent to be the father. So maybe that's what Sephiroth thought. Maybe Hojo said, like, your dad was one of the Turks and he sucked, so he's dead now. I don't know. I don't know what Sephiroth thinks of that part. They have the same hairstyle? Yeah. Because hairstyle is genetic. Man, it's crazy. 14-year-old Cloud looks so different from 16-year-old Cloud. 16-year-old Cloud and 21-year-old Cloud look identical. And I don't know, like, with Tifa, it looks like she ages at each stage. She doesn't look exactly the same from 5 years ago. Right, who? Yes. That sucks. I feel like I've been fairly fortunate and I've never been... Like, I've never gotten the flu really bad, but I did get super sick in November 2018 and was completely unable to do anything for 5 weeks and then got diagnosed with Crohn's disease, but that sucked. But that's also kind of different. That was just like lie in bed all day and like sleep. Like staying awake to watch a movie wasn't much of an option. I also had mono in 7th grade. I was pretty sick from that. And I believe... I think I've gotten the flu before. Maybe not. Not super bad, that's for sure. The cold was a Super Saiyan. So Rotten Pop-Tart, I don't know if you're still there, but 3 days ago I opened a package of Pop-Tarts, didn't finish it, put it into a plastic bag with the intention of finishing it later. I don't think they're rotten, but they're probably past their prime. I can mail them to you if you'd like. Yeah, I don't think they can rot. What is rotting? Is rotting just bacteria growth consuming the food or whatever? Does it have to be bacterial? Can it be fungus? Is something rotten when it's covered in mold? My favorite Pop-Tart flavor, I think it's just strawberry frosted. don't really have other kinds of Pop-Tarts ever. I don't eat very many Pop-Tarts in general. Oh, you can also get soft locked here. Yep, I got soft locked here once too, which was, I don't know, I was standing in between dark cloud and light cloud and just got like stuck. Because I think she tries to run to the left just a little bit to get to where she's standing right now. So one of the things about this speed run is you press circle a lot of times. And you just get in the habit of mashing all the time. But there are some places you shouldn't mash. That's a fairly innocuous place. I was just like positioned the wrong way or something like that, but yeah, always mashing can be dangerous, but mashing pretty much all the time is good. Cherry Pop-Tarts are good. Cherry flavored things aren't usually my favorite. Like, they're okay, but like a cherry Jolly Rancher is like my 5th favorite or whatever. It's like not the one I'm going to be picking. But cherry Pop-Tarts are good. Like, I think cherry compote or jam or whatever is in the filling that's in Pop-Tarts, that's good. Mostly because it's like 90% sugar. Oh, the s'mores Pop-Tarts were pretty good, yeah. I had those in, like, high school frequently from the vending machine. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I've been standing there talking to her for, like, 60 seconds. What's wrong with me? I was just like... Cloud was just talking to Tifa over and over. Same sentence. While I'm explaining why mashing mindlessly can be dangerous. Yeah, so I can relate. Artificial cherry flavoring sometimes reminds me of the taste of cough syrup, which I have a particular aversion to the flavor of cough syrup. I like real cherries. And I like sour things, but sometimes sour cherries are a bit much for me. Oh my god, don't. Whoa. Wow, like, my foot got caught on the controller cable and it almost knocked the mic over and it almost knocked the PS2 off of the shelf. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes and 10 seconds or something. Yeah, we're good. Carrying your mother's head, as you do. Man, where can I put this controller cable where it won't get stuck there? Man, I really, really want a sub 8-hour time, and it's looking like that's probably not gonna happen. We'll see. I'm still mashing. Don't need to. Black-haired Cloud is injured, but he'll be okay for a while. He'll be okay for about 4.5 more years. Wow, I don't know if you call it all right. So if I can carry armor in the next 7 minutes, I'll be on pace for 8 hours. Pretty sure that's not possible. Yeah, not bad at all. Definitely a huge improvement, but I honestly thought that it was going to be a bigger improvement. But I did make some mistakes that were very, you know, time-consuming. And I really have no idea if it's possible still. But I will probably feel a little bit defeated when I see some crap like 805 show up. I shouldn't. This run achieved my big goal in speedrunning this game. I stayed on steps through Cosmo Canyon and did Stinger Stip. I killed Demon's Gate without a spider web. I killed Materia Keeper without dying and without it killing one of my characters. I feel pretty good about this run, but it could definitely be a lot faster. That Fort Condor placing the wrong guy, that cost at least 1 minute. Doing the Chocobo racing tutorial probably took a good minute. Maybe 30 seconds. And then some of my menus and shops, well, mostly menus, have just been very slow. I probably spent like 4 minutes on menus before and after Materia Keeper. But that's cool. If some of my big time save is menus, then I'm in a good spot. And obviously being on step count would still be very helpful. I've gotten way more encounters than I should, but like I can get sub 8. I think that you can get sub 8 without being on steps at all. Yes. It was the last training wheels I got rid of. I mean, depending on what you think of some of the strats I use now, but you know, I started with Caleb Hart's guide, and I got Magic Hammer, and Spiderweb, and Aqualung, and Fury Ring, and I forget what else. Bunch of crap like that. And Spiderweb was the last thing. Oh, Double Cut and Venus Gospel was the other big one. Which I don't know if I've killed Diamond Weapon without Venus Gospel in a run, but I'm not concerned about that. If Diamond Weapon kills me today, then that sucks, but that shouldn't happen. Who's just in case? Oh, wait, where am I going? I'm going this way. Yes. Yeah, if you're not using materia, I mean, items are very important in this game for some. I mean, obviously grenades and Molotovs are super important. But if you don't have materia, I'll need to watch some of your streams downgraded. I've caught a couple minutes here and there, but nothing very interesting. Nothing that's like way different from what I would expect. But yeah, I imagine you have to, like, use a lot of items like spider webs and right arms and I don't know what else. I was waiting for it, because if I remember correctly, you have renamed everyone's ultimate weapon split. Or the people that have it. Yeah. Cool. Well, I will rename that later. I have historically been willing to rename splits on runs, but I do not want to mess up my splits on this. Well, that's cool. I will check out some of the grind, and I bet I will be pretty impressed with I didn't menu at all. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, there's a menu when you enter Junon. There is indeed. Oh yeah, Dazers. I've actually never seen it. I haven't seen Ruby Weapon get killed for a long time, but okay. What do I need to do here? I assume I trank these guys. Give Sid the ribbon. Give Tifa the curse ring. Oops. Exchange Tifa's weapon. No. Tifa's armor for Sid's armor. Oh god. Give Tifa 2 more HP pluses in weapon. All over the place. Sure. Give Cloud HP plus. HP plus. Am I supposed to arrange here? Yes. Well, no, after that. HP cover. And another cover, because my notes assume I only have one cover. Enemy skill. Sid gets enemy skill, remove long range, give long range to Tifa. Give her steal. Heal and trank everyone, elixir Sid. Okay. I'll elixir Sid. I should have healed first, but that's fine. And I'm supposed to be on... Oh god, was that a stupid time to do that menu? That's not going to be something like what happened to me in Fort Condor, is it? Well, I guess we're about to see. Looks good. Oh. So right there, that door is blocked until this part of the game. And I am pretty sure you can wiggle past the guy that's blocking it. But I don't know if that actually accomplishes anything. Talk to Monetary Dragon and RJ a little bit about it, and RJ had messed with it trying to skip the train fights, but if you don't have Cloud in your party when you do the skip, you soft lock. I guess. Oh man. Okay, so before carry armor, I just need to Mega Elixir, and that's it. The rest of these fights are just Magic Breath. Good. No paddle. Gabriel Cash TV, welcome. Good to see ya. I will try to kill Carry Armor. Carry Armor is not a big deal, but, you know... Carry Armor can do big deal things to you. But no double Lapis, no arm grab Tifa, should be fine. Like Wesley Snipes shreds his earning. That's a really dated joke. He got in trouble for tax evasion like 20 years ago. Oh. I am gonna save, even though... I mean, I'll still PB if Carry Armor kills me. It'll just be... very upsetting. There is a Mexi strat behind me, and there is a Yamaha 441. What am I doing here? Magic Breath? But I have, on August 24th, I took a guitar into the shop with a 6 to 8 week backlog because the guys are like in high demand. They're good. And then one of them got coronavirus. So I dropped it off on August 24th. Couldn't steal anything. What a drag. Oh my god. I did bad at this. Anyways, they called me. I left a message while they were closed because he had the virus, and they called me back and said that they really, really plan to get it done by the end of November, but this is my baby. This is my Taylor guitar. I'm gonna heal. You play a G and L? I feel like I should know what a G and L is. Like Gibson Les Paul? Oh, I've got an Alvarez guitar I just got from my dad. He moved to Colombia 2 days ago and he gave me his guitar before he left, but the nut is broken. So I have to replace the nut, but let's it's probably real similar to yours, because it's probably like a 1986 Alvarez, you know, $300 basic guitar. Jackson. See, I don't know very much about equipment or guitars in general. I just play. I don't know. I know a little bit. I've tried to learn more over the years, and like for the purposes of recording stuff like that, I've learned a bit. But all I know is I wanted a Martin guitar. And when I went to go buy it, I played some Taylors and decided that it was a waste of money to buy a Martin. Which you could argue about Taylor also, but, you know, Martin is significantly more expensive than the already overpriced Taylor guitars. Alright. Hopefully this goes very well. Did not mean to do that. At all. That's fine. We're still in good shape. I think doing Magic Breath makes it so he won't arm grab you or something. No Lapis and no arm grab so far, but multiple crits, which super don't matter. I mean, like critting for 100 instead of hitting for 90, or hitting for 170 instead of 85, or whatever it is. Come on, Tifa, you can do it. There we go, that's what I was waiting for. Oh! Tifa's not in crit! I just did the entire carry armor with Tifa not in crit. I mean, I guess that's fine. But I was definitely supposed to put her in crit. Do you need to go to the left to hit that loading zone? Probably just straight up works. Yeah, I don't know what I've done for carry armor. I think I've always just kind of like winged it for carry armor. Because it's not like a... It's not really a difficult fight. It's just a fight that can have horrendous RNG. Yeah. Good call. Because she needs to be in crit for Rude for sure. So, this isn't not... It would have been better to get her to crit in a different fight. Oh well. And both lasers have to be from Cloud, don't they? Yeah, I've used a few ethers, but I'll probably get some more. I don't need to heal. I have 1 elixir and 1 or 2 ethers. Which... Wow. Wow. Hey, at least that happened. Oh my god. Remember when I said I really wanted to get under 8 hours? Well, that's okay. I haven't been in that fight for a long time. I killed my parade buddies. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to. Yeah, I'll definitely... Man. Wow. I'll definitely kill her in Northern Crater. Okay, sit in the seat. Yep. Casual PD. Yeah, I should probably just run it back right now. Well, I'm glad that I can be a monster for your education. Be it unintentional, you can learn from my mistakes. Are those the same guys that killed Zach? I mean, they work for the same company, that's for sure, but... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm good, because I get the Venus Gospel. Didn't I get Venus Gospel in my PB? Because if I got Double Cut here and Venus Gospel here... I mean, that's like really, really time consuming. Oh, this way. What? Something, something. Go faster, sub. The sub goes the same speed above water as it does below water, right? I mean, I know people do this above water so they don't run into Emerald, but there's not like a speed difference, is there? Something. Hey, Wallace, what's up? Welcome. Where am I going? Rocket Town, I guess. Yeah, Rocket Town. Ugh. Rocket Town. So... You know what? This is not a bad place to buy some ethers. Assuming I can afford them. Oh, I can. Yeah, 6 ethers. That's more than enough. Yeah, I figure, you know, the reason to stay above is so you don't run into Emerald Weapon, but I wonder if that's slower. Whatever. I meant to ether first, because I don't have enough for Magic Breath, but I can Magic Breath on Tifa, actually. That's good. Yeah, so now I'll give an ether to Sid and one to Cloud. Sure. Oh, no I won't. Whoops! I guess if I have to, I can in combat, but... Magic. So, I guess I just Death Blow and... Yay! Okay, so she can have almost 400 HP. Well, I'll tell you, Air Tam attack won't do any good. So there's that. They got us! Oh. Yeah, I guess limit breaks are good. I don't even know what Chaos looks like. I mean, I know it's Vincent's level 4 limit, but... Oh, it's like a dragon gargoyle thing, isn't it? Oh, so air tam strike is a counterattack for limit breaks? Is that... Yeah, I don't know anything about Emerald Weapon or Ruby Weapon except that they're hard. Oh, hey! Hundo route in Japanese would be different. Those bosses aren't there. Is Doom of the Living... Wait, who is Doom of the Living? That's Yuffie? I'll be back real quick. That's not the cutscene that's long! It's the one after the rocket. Whoops. Well, that was like 15 or 20 seconds probably. Yeah, I didn't know Airtam was based on materia until I was an adult. And then I, like, looked at it and I was like, oh. Oh, it's backwards materia. Yeah, no, I actually do know where the cutscene is, I just did it wrong. But hopefully that wasn't too much of a time loss. Oops. Okay, good. 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, I wasn't gone that long in general, so it wouldn't have been that long. Now, I will get an 8-hour and 7-second run. Pretty sure that's not happening. Oh. Maybe. Revenge Stamp, that's right. I remember that one. And that sounds like a counterattack. Revenge. Sorry. Sorry I've been a horrible person to you all these years. Okay, so there's like a couple of things of dialogue, and then when you see the escape pod popping out of the rocket. Okay. That's it. Okay, I'll actually be back in a second. So what do we do from here? We don't do anything here. We wait until Diamond Weapon and then we give Cloud the ribbon and destruct. So W item duplication isn't against any rules for any of these speedruns, is it? Like in Hundo, you can get 99 of all of the sources and whatever you want, right? And I mean, obviously that's time consuming and you might just not like it or whatever, but I mean, I imagine it's a lot faster to route it where you don't have to spend a bunch of time duplicating items. I guess duplicating items really doesn't take very long at all. I forget exactly how it works, but yeah, I forget how. But I've definitely seen some of these folks with a lot of sources. Oh, I have to go to Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, because isn't it like what your cursor is over when you hit cancel and that's what gets duped? Oh no. No, it's fancier than that. Oops. Where do I land? Is that good? That's good. Woo! Violet Knight, welcome. Thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Hope you've had a nice Sunday so far. A nice weekend so far. A nice month. Oh, that is a fancy trick using Morph. So you could do that with... You could do that with other items. Anything you can steal or morph, right? Like, can you duplicate, like, a weapon or armor that you stole? City of the Ancients next, I think. So this key and music box thing and crystal projector and waterfall to be the screen for the projector, I love this so much. It's so cool. Like a crystal music box with a, I don't know. I just really like this part. The ancients were the Illuminati. The Cetra were just landowners, and when they split apart, the elite got cocky. Also the lizard people. I did not say I like this game. I said I like this part of the game. I mean, to be clear, this game sucks, but it is quite possibly the greatest game ever made. Possible. They're not exclusive, you know. You cannot deny that this game sucks. There are so many broken things in this game, but I mean, of course I was being facetious, but it's a good game, but truly, from watching a lot of people play first playthroughs of it, this game is awful at giving you direction. They really, really want you to have help from a strategy guide or something. Other video games are even worse. Me too downgraded. I didn't realize there was a loading zone to the left in North Coral. So, when I was a kid, I left Coral to the world map and I tried to walk to the goal through the desert, and that didn't work. And I believe he says even a chocobo wouldn't be able to cross this, and I took that as a hint of like, oh, I need to go get a chocobo. Because that makes sense. You're like level 70. You didn't know who Renoa was from FF7? I forget where Renoa shows up in FF7. It's like a photograph somewhere, isn't it? She's on the gold saucer sign in coral. Okay. Well, that would make sense as to why she came up. Enter a loading zone that takes you to FF8. So there's a lot of, like, guess where to go, but there's also a lot of, like, where is walkable terrain? Like, dude. Jesus. Like, in the scrapyard or whatever next to the playground, I've seen people wander around there, and there's this, like, pipe that goes that you have to walk across that, you know, just looks like a brown rectangle with no texture on it. And I've seen a lot of people, like, not catch that. I actually don't think I had trouble with that as a kid, but I don't know. That was 23 years ago. Yeah, I haven't played FF8 because when I was a kid, all of my friends told me that it sucked really bad and was absolutely a waste of my time. And I continued hearing that. But in the last 2 years or so that I've been watching Twitch, the general consensus is that the game doesn't suck, you're just likely to get frustrated with the junction system if you don't know what you're doing. Which I don't really know what the junction system is. I know you, like, draw magic from enemies, and that's how you can get spells or something. I don't know. But I guess that's the thing that a lot of people thought sucked about the game, and from what I understand, it's like, if you understand how it works, it's actually really cool. But I will find out when I play it. Which would have been soon if I didn't delete our FF9 save file by mistake. So maybe this week I'll try and get back to Conde de T so we can actually finish streaming the playthrough. Oh. Where are you going? Is this it? I think this is the right beach, right? Yeah, this is the right beach. Does Diamond Weapon continue walking while you're in a menu? I can't give Tifa a potion. That's alright. Tifa, you don't get an either, sorry. And I'm not on weight. Yeah, I am. I'm not supposed to be, I guess. Okay, that's good to know because it's like, you know, you can spend all the time you want in the menu. I'll make sure to stay up at the surface. It would be nice if you just had all the time in the world to menu and he would be there when you finished. Yeah, I've never rammed him with the sub. You can get over here. Yeah, you can get over here in the sub, right? There's like a... Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll save. In a second. So... wait to see if Tifa dies. Wait to see if Tifa dies. Big guard with Cloud. Or Sid. Q limit. Okay. It's been a little while since I've done this fight, but I should be fine. And they both have their limits, right? Yes. Oh god, I didn't even pay attention to that. So I can big guard with him. And then... $9.51. Damn. That's pretty good. That was probably not a good idea, but that's okay. I'm just gonna gun it. I don't even care. This is a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea at all. Good idea. Yeah, she hit some death blows for sure. That was all right. Yeah, I mean, luck does help. He certainly could have killed Tifa, which I could have recovered from, probably. Well, maybe not. I really should have cured her and thrown a grenade, but I didn't. I do love it. I love the let's cure her just to throw a grenade at her. That's what I should have done, but didn't. Gonna be close! Oh man, gonna be close. So, Hojo to the end is 30 minutes on PB. Man, I don't know how long the descent split should be. But my PD has the gold split for it, so that's not good. I guess it was the previous one that had the really bad final descent. Bad hair swipe. His hair is the trigger. Poor diamond weapon just happens to be standing in the way. I also think it's interesting that Shinra is, you know, the evil corporation. They're the bad guys, or amongst the bad guys. But Shinra deals with an awful lot of the big problems in the game. Gust of wind comes by, cannon fires. I do love Rufus's hair flip. Man, we gotta watch Advent Children. If I understand correctly, Rufus is in Advent Children. It's been so long since I've seen it, but if he's in Advent Children, that means that didn't kill him. And I know, like, Heidegger or Scarlet, one of them says, you know, the president is dead. Yes. Sure. That should be good. Right? Before Hojo. Battle speed up is all it says. Advent Children is bad future. The good ending in FF7 leads into Kingdom Hearts, Nomura said so. Interesting. So this is one of the most important skips in the game. It's also one of the easiest, and it's one I've missed. It's hard. You have to hold right. I also hold run, but I'm actually not sure that I need to. Oh shit, is Ace Zephyr gonna tell me how to do my descent? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what I would do, like, if you tell me that I'm gonna get 12 encounters. What do I do? Just wait? I don't even know. I'm not actually assigning you to do that, but I should learn how the final descent manip works, and I should learn how to use your calculator. So, Ace Zephyr has a calculator that he wrote for looking at these sparks to determine what your final descent is going to look like. Okay. Whoops. Gonna need a heal. At least on Cloud. How did I miss healing them? Oops. No. Man. I do not feel good about this at all. I'm like sorta okay with Sid dying, but Cloud's got cover. And I think he should be fine. He's also got Ribbon. Oops. Predicting 4, I'm okay with that. That's not great. 2 is 75 seconds away. That's, yeah. Not okay. .7 seconds behind PB on that split. Ace Zephyr, when you say the last one, you mean the spark? Like I cleared the final dialogue in the middle of a spark animation, or something like that? Yeah, the little electrical arcs on the bottom of the screen. I don't know if spark is really the right word, but that's what people call them. Can I beat the game in the next 17 minutes? I don't think so. Bummer. Vampire Tifa, everybody's favorite. That's the real reason people play console, is so she doesn't have a wiggly mouth. Man, some of the mouths in the PC version look weird. Like, is it Jessie is always, her mouth is always open? I think there's someone else like that. I don't know. Okay, so Trank, Cloud, and Sid, set to ATB active, murder Tifa. Some stuff about step count. Oh, I'm not on steps anymore, not even close. I'm not doing any steps in the I mean, unless there's a reason to, but I have no idea where my step ID or formations are at right now. And I didn't get a fight right before carry armor. And if I did, it wouldn't have been the right one anyway, so... Well, don't joke about that. Man, if I get supernovaed, I'll be pretty disappointed in myself. I definitely, when I first started running this game, I was like, man, you have to be so fast and so accurate to not get supernovaed. No, you have so much leeway. I don't know, like, what Safer Sephiroth's AI looks like or anything, but you don't have to be, like, great weight tricking or anything like that to kill him before he supernovas. Now, when you say the next 10 or so final descents, do you mean based on time, or... Well, I don't... I need to, like, actually learn how final descent calculations work, which... I'll be honest, I kind of want to learn how it works by reading your code. But there's a lot of numbers in there that I think... you know, I'd have to kind of know what they represent. I don't think that I can figure it out from your code. Yeah. I don't know exactly how some of the final battle stuff works either. I think that if you use Knights of the Round on Genova, that's one of the things that determines if you have multiple... Like, something about how Genova goes determines how many parties you have for Bizarro. But I think is Safer Sephiroth's HP based on, like, it scales to your level? Or is it also related to how the fights have gone? I don't know. Okay, so Knights on Genova is a boost for Safer. Oh, I guess I will not go for Save Crystal Glitch. I don't know if that screen matters. I don't think that's a hostile screen. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't matter. So should I save? I mean, should I even bother picking up the save crystal at all? Like, I can't save. If I die, it's done. Like, even if I can still PB, I don't want to. Half a million HP? Yeah. I think he has like 80,000 or something for me. I mean, I guess I'll get the save crystal. Well, oh, I didn't trank people. Okay, that's fine. Oh no. That was stupid. Are those gargoyles technically in petrify status? Stone status? Or is it like a different status? I always forget what's in these chests. I think this is a mind source, but I'm going to get it in case it's like a turbo ether. It's a guard source. Okay, so I should know that neither of those matters. But I do like picking up, like, a turbo ether or an X potion or something. Good lord. There's a lot of encounters. It's to be expected. Hello? Okay, so you can't mess up Save Crystal Glitch. Like, you can't do it wrong, can you? I might as well try. I think I know how. Well, that didn't do it, because I needed to be holding stuff when I came out of the menu. So, I just... You can soft lock on it? I did not... I thought you could not. I would not have attempted it if I realized you could. I mean, I just, like, straight up didn't do it. I just, like, used Save Crystal, said no, and then went down the stalactite. Well, that happened. That's potentially very, very bad, but I don't really know. I'm gonna heal Cloud, though. He doesn't have heal. He's gonna get some potions. Yeah, don't die. Good plan. Wow. If that messes up Mistile, grab. It's over. Dude, please. I mean, I guess if I don't get Mistile, I keep going. You never know. Maybe every single death blow will hit. Probably not. What is this? This is like an X potion or something? Yeah. Take it. I think that as long as Tifa goes to the right, Mistile is okay. I could be wrong, but I've definitely had other people go in different directions. Is that a Megalixir? Turbo Ether. I thought there was a Megalixir somewhere here. Yeah, there's no point in saving. If I get killed to Sephiroth... Hey, that's important. Less mosey. Alright. Home stretch. I imagine that scraw is the sound you're talking about. Later. Oh my god, it takes off all of his stuff! Oh shit! Oh no, that's really bad. I don't know what he gets. He had... Oh god, I'm gonna just give him HP plus and make it down and then do the menu. Oh shit. I'll give him an enemy skill. Not that one. And he needs restore. Oh wow, this has gone very south very quickly. Now let's just hope all of you guys are wrong and I get 0 encounters. Nope. Six, 7, 10, 12. Well, I'm kind of bummed, but it'll be a PB almost definitely. Well, at least I got... at least I got 4 instead of 5. So, Sid... Don't do that. I don't know what Sid is supposed to have on. Hey, with Final Descent prediction or whatever, Do you know which encounter it's going to be, or is that... I'm assuming that's not based on formation. So... God damn it. I can't believe I messed this up so bad. Doesn't she get Elemental Rana in her armor? Yeah, counter steal HP plus. I think that's it. I don't have time. Oh, wow. That was on wait the whole time. Impressive. Is that thing Beholder? Big eye things are often called Beholder from Dungeons and Dragons world. Oh, I'm so low on stuff. I'm sad. Okay, so Sid is good. He needs HP plus and the enemy skill that has big guard on it. And that's it. I have one potion. Like, I can't even optimize Tifa's HP. How much does Cure do from the menu on whoever has it? Oh no, she doesn't need a heal. But he does. And she can take one more potion. But I don't... No, it doesn't matter. I mean, she can definitely take one. But I kind of like having potions and grenades for rate tricking. That's kind of, we're past that point, but we'll just keep the potion. It's a good potion anyway. Yo, we're gonna throw S-mines. I know they're slow, but like, I don't care. No, I'll be fast. I think a lot of runners, when they finish a run, they let it go through all the ending sequence stuff and the credits and all of that crap. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I never care about that. I've seen it a lot of times and it's really long, so I'll probably kill the stream right after the run is over. So if anybody would like to find a raid target, that's cool. Oh. Mr. Jelly Stew, for sure. Wait, what was I about to do? Oh, I was gonna give Cloud a X potion. That's what I was gonna do. That sucks. I've heard that you can Braver Final Sephiroth also. Kill him before he supernovas us. Yeah, it's when you warp directly to him from debug room you can do that. You don't get Omni Slash, right? Like there's some sort of trigger that gives you Omni Slash. Oops. Oh no. Whatever. Pale Horse is fine. Tifa hates everything, especially Sephiroth, Mako, and Shinra. Thank you! What's up, J-Rod? Well, it was a good run. Over 10 minutes worth of mistakes. Could have been sub 8, but yeah, I think menus are the biggest one, honestly. I mean, being slow on some of the bosses and things like that is whatever, but I honestly think I lost more on menus. It is a PB. Unless I die, I'm fairly certain that's not possible. Or a power outage, or, you know, there are a variety of things that could kill the run still. Yeah, I'm going to need to focus a little more on Disc 2 and Disc 3, but I'm probably not going to hit it quite as hard lately. Like, I've been practicing on emulator pretty much every night and really, really trying to do a run or two every weekend. Which it's not like I'm spending all that much time on it, but I could be spending that time on other stuff too. I guess I won't Omni Slash. I don't know. I don't know what the leaderboard looks like, but I don't want to miss a spot by a couple seconds, so I will not Omni Slash, and I will probably submit this run, even though it's over 8 hours, and that was the goal. I mean, I guess the goal was to make Stinger skip, but the assumption was that would end in sub 8. Beat 8:11:02 if possible. Oh, we're gonna be close. That's, I don't think I am gonna beat that. Okay, so the next one's not close. I'm not... Yeah, I can't do that, so I'll just Omni Slash. Why not? Dude, I'm not running this next weekend. I'm not getting sub 8 next weekend. Can I just hold circle? Yes. He died. I do like watching him explode, and yeah. Anyway. I do think that Mr. Jelly Stew is the correct answer. Yeah, let me copy that. Thank you, Ace. I mean, I always like rating Infinite Jump Slash, which I'm actually going to shout out Infinite Jump Slash. I've known him about as long as anyone on Twitch. He is an excellent streamer. He streams almost exclusively Mario Maker 2, but he does, I don't know, like he played through Toy Story on NES, and I forget what else. He did, I don't know. He does some retro games sometimes. Oh, he, not actively, but he's into Super Mario 64 speedruns, and has done some. I don't think he's, like, good or knows much about it, but he's done some. So check him out, and then let me just make sure I open Mr. Jelly Stew first. So Mr. Jelly Stew is an FF7 speedrunner that is doing this exact same route that I am, and is a hell of a lot better at it than I am. And, I mean, he had practiced a lot before he had practiced a lot before he started streaming and whatnot, but he came in super hot. Like, his first run was awesome, and then, I don't know, it took him like 2 or 3 runs to get 734 or something. He's good. He's also a really fun guy, so you should stick around for the raid. Thank you, Tree. Thank you all for watching and for hanging out and encouragement and help and everything. I will catch you guys later. Have a good one.